fill it.
Well, in fact, under present circumstances, that's true. I think that the reason why we've also done this is because Americans travel the world, and we would want to have some self-awareness about the world. We would want to have awareness about things that manifest themselves, whether they be civil war or some sort of medical circumstances. So this is something that is going to be important to Congress. We have to understand more about where the president is on this, but I don't think we should confuse that its existence with the way that it's running today. The Biden administration used these circumstances to push a political agenda, to push an agenda that was based upon gender, that was based upon the political viewpoint that they wanted. And I think President Trump, rightly so, is saying if it's just straight out USAID, he's supportive. But when it takes a political twist to something that America should not be engaged in, pushing those values, it harms the effort. So I support what President Trump's doing, but it's to be seen how it turns out. I am opposed to funding that is not in the best interest of values or the American people. And I think that meritocracy should have some place in the dollars that we give to it. Should be done for a reason. It would be in the best interest of the United States of America, not pushing a political agenda. And unfortunately, timing came into conflict with that.
Let's move over to what's going on with the Trump administration and the FBI. It sounds like several top FBI officials are being fired. There are some reported fears that more people in the FBI will be fired, specifically those who might have worked on January 6th related cases. Your reaction to that?
Well, and if we now go back to January 6th, the Department of Justice, in order to make these where someone would have to serve time, they literally took a non-criminal portion of what was civil law and applied it to a criminal case. And that was done instead of just using what was out of Enron, and they made this up. It is an abuse of power. They came at people who were in Virginia, who were attending PTA meetings that were easily at most issues that were directly related to misdemeanor accounts. They had FBI agents. The Department of Justice instructed FBI agents to come to use a badge and a gun to confront people. And it's these sorts of things that have caused the backlash. So I think it is more than just the seventh floor. I think it's for people who willingly participated. And I think that we will have to find out whether there was a willing participation about people who maybe had misgivings but still participated. And I think that there's a lot left to look at this.
So are you then supportive of this idea of sending out a questionnaire to rank and file FBI agents, asking them about their participation in cases relating to January 6th? It sounds like you would be supportive of finding out, because if you're an agent and you're told, look, you need to, this is your case, you've been assigned this. It sounds like an agent or an employee of the FBI would then have to follow through with that work. They can't just say, no, I'm not doing certain kinds of work that I'm assigned. So should those sort of rank and file agents pay some price for doing their job?
That's a question that is hard to know. I am completely aware of that there are agents who properly, in performance of their duty and in doing what they were asked to do, simply chose to take people and said, could you please come down yourself and register, come and allow yourself to be fingerprinted. We're following this from the U.S. attorney or from the attorney general. And then there were others who were forcibly at gunpoint moved that had no differences. And so where someone chose to overuse their power, I think that would raise a question. But no, I'm not for sending these questionnaires. I am for us understanding that there are people who did willingly participate in these actions, including in the Department of Justice and in the FBI, who went well beyond a reasonable challenge.
Let me get your reaction to it. Just a couple more things before I let you go. It sounds like Mexico's agreeing to send 10,000 troops to the border and agreeing to talks with our new secretaries of Treasury, Commerce, and State. I guess that is sufficient to stop tariffs on Mexico for at least a month, according to our president. What do you think should come of those talks for a further delay or complete abandonment of tariffs against Mexico, if that's what they want?
In my opinion, we should want Mexico to be on the same page as we are. And that is that they have willingly participated, allowed people direct access to the United States, as opposed to them abiding by what they knew was in not just America's best interest, but requests from American government to lessen the amount of people who flowed through their territory, and that they were complicit with that. So do I think that that would be a good reason to end threat of tariff? Sure, of course I would. But we need to take seriously that a tariff policy is a policy. It's intended to be there, and it's sometimes used in instances that we're talking about. I will tell you that it's an intricate issue because Texas does about $140 billion worth of business with Mexico every year. It is Texas' largest trading partner. So I certainly would not want to put that at risk, nor would I want Mexico to not be the friendly country that they should be with the relationship with the United States.
And lastly, we're hearing that from Elon Musk, he says he believes they can take $1 trillion out of the deficit in the next year, and that if growth is at least $1 trillion, we won't have inflation. Now, talk of tariffs aside and what the consequences of that might be, do you think that's possible, $1 trillion out of the deficit next year?
Well, the Biden administration chose to, for 3 years, to take out of the Treasury Department and out of the Fed over $2.37 trillion worth of loans. They were subsidizing the Treasury Department with $120 billion a month that they took out a loan for, which caused a corresponding problem to where they had to then, in order, because they needed money, to raise interest rates that were paid on these bonds to 5.5%. That had been from a normal of about 1.2%. So if you stop that $120 billion funding of the government and the 5% interest rates that were paid, or the reimbursement for that, I think you can easily see where you can make a marketable difference. And so, yes, I do think $1 trillion is not only possible, but necessary given the circumstances that we're in. The outrageous amount of interest that we pay is a national disgrace.
Texas Congressman Pete Sessions, thank you so much for your time.
You betcha.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or consumercellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USAid Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, February 8th at noon. Find out about important issues affecting you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army. Almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit TravisManion.org.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Calling on Levittown.
Hello there.
To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, February 4th. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Trump's new 10% tariffs on China went into effect today, something he hopes will stem the flow of deadly fentanyl into the U.S. China responding with a 15% tariff on coal, liquid gas, and 10% on crude oil, farm machinery, and other products from the U.S. Senate confirmation votes scheduled today for Health and Human Services Secretary nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. And President Trump welcomes the first foreign leader of his second term today, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This month, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight salutes Marine Corps veteran Joey Fay. Hey, it's Nick here. Join us this Wednesday morning as we shine a spotlight on this outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Our Veteran Spotlight is tomorrow morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com. Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. Know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A bit of a wild ride on Wall Street Monday as the market reacted negatively to the 25% tariffs against Canada and Mexico proposed by President Trump, both of which postponed for 30 days after each country agreed to provide the U.S. more help in securing both the northern and southern borders and also help fight against fentanyl coming into the country. The Dow wound up down 123. The S&P 500 lost 46. The NASDAQ finished down 235. Meta, though, closed with an 8th straight record high. That's a record for the company. And a big day for earnings reports today. Fox Corporation, PayPal, Pepsi, Pfizer, and Merck before the bell. Google parent company Alphabet after the bell. Speaking of Google, it was in court Monday asking a 3-judge appeals panel to overturn a verdict declaring its Android App Store an illegal monopoly and to try and block the penalties imposed by a federal judge. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
For the first time since President Trump started his second term, he'll welcome a world leader to the White House, Israel's prime minister.
I think it's a testimony to the strength of the Israeli-American alliance. It's also a testimony to the strength of our personal friendship.
That was Benjamin Netanyahu before his flight to Washington for talks first with Trump Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff and then with the president today.
In this meeting, we'll deal with important issues, critical issues facing Israel and our region. A victory over Hamas, achieving the release of all our hostages, and dealing with the Iranian terror axis and all its components.
They might also talk about the system Israel uses to protect itself. President Trump likes it so much, he signed an executive order last week
to immediately begin the construction of a state-of-the-art Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will be able to protect Americans.
But much of the focus of the talks with Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House will be on Israel's defense, and that ceasefire in Gaza still in place, leading to numerous Hamas hostage releases, including American Keith Siegel, who was set free Saturday.
So this meeting is a critical meeting for Netanyahu for a variety of reasons.
Trey Yingst is Fox News chief foreign correspondent, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Domestically, he will use this visit with President Trump as something that will help him politically. But he's also in Washington at a time where there is a lot of uncertainty as it relates to the ongoing negotiations to keep the current ceasefire going. We know that not only is he meeting with President Trump, he's also meeting with Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, to try and determine what the future of the region is going to look like. And the Americans play a very significant role in all of this, not just when it comes to funding and support of weapons, but also the negotiations. When you talk about the Qataris and the Egyptians and others that are involved in these conversations, the Americans have a seat at the table. And President Trump has the ability to alter the outcome of these negotiations just by the amount of pressure that he chooses to put on the Israeli leader.
Now, when he was about to go into office, his envoy, Steve Witkoff, was part of the negotiations that got to the ceasefire right before the return to the White House for President Trump. For Witkoff, how good is his relationship with all of the people who are at the table?
It's a great question. And look, when it comes to Witkoff, he's in this position because he's a negotiator and he's a closer. He's a personal friend of President Trump's. And he's also someone who has traveled to the region with one goal in mind, and that goal is to get a deal done and to keep the current agreement together from collapsing. This is a very delicate ceasefire. And we've been talking with people familiar with the conversations. I spoke over the weekend with a regional source directly familiar with the conversations that resumed this week in Doha. And they seem to imply that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not only A, stalling, but B, looking for assurances from the United States that he can go back to war against Hamas. Netanyahu is facing increased domestic political pressure from his current cabinet and his former National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, because he needs to maintain a government coalition. When you look at the challenge for Witkoff as he really engages in the more in-depth side of the discussion, he has to convince Netanyahu that he can, A, maintain control, but B, make good on the promises that he has made not only to his cabinet, but also to the Israeli people. The war objectives from the beginning of this conflict in the early hours after the October 7th massacre were to A, bring the hostages home, and B, defeat and destroy Hamas. The challenge for the Israeli leader is actually making good on these promises because they're not feasible outcomes. We know that some of the hostages will come home. There are still dozens of hostages alive inside Gaza being held by Hamas. Defeating and destroying Hamas is a totally different objective. And if the images from inside Gaza that we've seen this week from major population centers like Gaza City, from Rafah, from Khan Yunis, are any indication, Hamas is not defeated. They're not destroyed. They still have the capability to launch attacks from inside Gaza. If Israel does resume the war against Hamas inside the Strip, they will be fighting an organization that certainly is weakened, that has far less rockets than they had at the beginning of this conflict, but still has the ability to fight.
Now, the second phase of this ceasefire is what's going on for the negotiations. The first phase was, what, 6 weeks? Is that correct? And some of these hostages come home.
6 weeks.
So what would phase 2 look like? What does Hamas want for phase 2?
So phase 2 will look like more living hostages coming out of Gaza. We're talking about soldiers, some of the military-age men who were taken on October 7th that aren't considered in the humanitarian category of the 33, some alive and some dead, that are being released as part of phase 1 of this agreement. And ultimately, phase 2 would also see a further withdrawal of Israeli forces completely from the Philadelphia corridor that is this key strip of land about the width of a football field that sits on the border between Gaza and Egypt, and then the full withdrawal from Nitzarim, this critical point for the Israelis that is currently being used by American private security contractors to screen Palestinians that are returning from southern Gaza to the north, part of phase 1 in this deal. It will also, if it moves forward, see increased ability for Palestinians to leave the Gaza Strip. Right now, there are currently medical evacuations taking place. It's allowing Palestinian civilians who were wounded during the war to get much-needed medical attention. And again, it's a delicate agreement because the Prime Minister has promised the people around him that Israel will resume the war against Hamas. Right now, the Americans are going to try to extend this current ceasefire as long as possible, get as many hostages out as they can. But then we're likely looking at a scenario where Israel goes back to war against Hamas. Hamas, when you look at their position, is trying to avoid this. They are so far claiming victory. They have taken a lap of victory inside Gaza. You have seen the military parades and the stages they've set up to exchange these hostages. And this is really done for one key purpose. It is a propaganda tool for Hamas and for Islamic Jihad. Some of the smaller factions in Gaza still have the ability to operate as well. And so they don't want the war to resume. They want phase 2 to be implemented. They ultimately want phase 3 to happen, which they've been promised a reconstruction project that will cost billions of dollars and likely at least move forward in part by other regional actors like the Qataris and the Emiratis. But again, the key question here is if the Israeli Prime Minister will allow this agreement to move forward or if he'll try to sabotage it. These meetings are really consequential as it relates to what happens next with this ceasefire and also the stability of the Middle East.
In recent days, we've heard a lot, and you reported on, in the West Bank, Israel continues with the attacks in that region, in that area. What does that mean for what's happening in Gaza, if anything?
So the Israelis have launched a wide-scale operation specifically into the West Bank city of Jenin, an area where we know Hamas and Islamic Jihad cells are currently operating. But what we have seen in recent weeks is certainly a step up on the escalation ladder as it relates to Israeli actions in the West Bank. The Israelis have conducted things like drone strikes and controlled explosions of entire blocks in the West Bank. This is not something they have done in the past. We know there are numerous cells there. There are thousands of gunmen. They have access to weapons. And what's different about the West Bank is that they are able to operate in a way where they could launch an attack on a road that is used to go to an Israeli settlement, for example, and kill civilians. They are able to, security officials in private briefings have warned to us, conduct small-scale October 7ths because they have the militants and they have the military capabilities to do so. And so this is yet another front for the Israelis in the West Bank. Right now the focus is on Jenin. But remember, the X factor here in all of this is the Palestinian prisoners that are being exchanged for the Israeli hostages. Many of them were in prison with multiple life sentences for planning bombing attacks, for planning shooting attacks. These are not all low-level criminals, not all low-level terrorists. These are people who have gone through a judicial system and been convicted, in some cases, of murder. And now they are being released, in some cases, into the West Bank, in some cases into Gaza, in some cases into Egypt. And that's a whole nother challenge for the Israelis because these are many masterminds behind previous attacks, like bus bombings or cafe bombings. And so the security situation is by no means stable. And when you look at the link between Gaza and the rest of the region, there are clear connections, not just as it relates to the West Bank, but also as it relates to the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen, who up until recently were launching ballistic missiles and drones into this country, and also Iran-backed Hezbollah in southern Lebanon that we know launched thousands of rockets and missiles over the border since October 8th, just one day after the massacre took place.
And obviously, Iran backs Hamas. So let's talk about Iran. President Trump, in his discussions with Prime Minister Netanyahu, they may discuss what to do about Iran. There's talk that maybe with the return of President Trump in the White House, it might give cover to Israel to go after potential nuclear facilities inside Iran, fearing that Iran is close to a weapon. Where are we on that?
There is a real scenario where President Trump makes assurances to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that he will support or even possibly participate in an attack against Iranian nuclear positions. That is really the key objective for the Israelis when we look forward here. They are concerned that Iran is getting closer and closer to a nuclear weapon, and their concerns are being backed by international watchdogs, UN agencies that say the clock is ticking. Iran has increased its uranium enrichment closer to weapons-grade material in recent weeks and months, and they already have the know-how when operating these centrifuges, and they already have the know-how when operating things like ballistic missiles. And when you look back last year at the two major Iranian attacks against Israel, these are, I would say, the clearest pieces of evidence about the Israeli concern as it relates to Iran possibly building a nuclear bomb. Because they've shown they have the capability to reach Israel. They have an advanced missile system that they don't only use for their own purposes when attacking Israel, but they also sell these missiles to countries like Russia. And they also have countries like Russia and countries like North Korea advising them on their nuclear weapons program. And that is really something we should look at here when we sort of project out to the future. Israel is dealing with a lot of domestic security issues as it relates to the ongoing war in Gaza and the security situation in the West Bank. But there is this overarching question of Iran. And as the country continues to increase its enriched uranium and it continues to get closer and closer to a nuclear weapon, the alarm bells are going off. And it's not just Israel that is concerned. Of course, the United States and the new administration, and we can't expect those topics to be among a laundry list of things being discussed between President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister.
Yeah, a lot on the table for the first foreign meeting at the White House for President Trump as he's in his second term now with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trey Yingst, Chief Foreign Correspondent for Fox News in Tel Aviv, Israel. Great to have you back on. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Wake Up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When disaster strikes, the food supply is the first domino to fall. It can start quietly, an emergency alert, a breaking news headline. But within hours, reality sets in. People rush to grocery stores, emptying shelves of everything from bread to canned goods. Lines stretch out the door, tempers flare, and desperation takes hold. And no matter who's in charge these days, you simply can't rely on the government to bail you out. That's why having an emergency food supply on hand is the right move for you and your family. Right now, you can get $50 off a 4-week emergency food kit at mypatriotsupply.com. They're an American company trusted by millions, offering 2,000 calories per day with essential vitamins and minerals to keep you strong during a crisis. This food will be there for you when you need it, since it lasts up to 25 years and can ship out to you next day. Go to mypatriotsupply.com now to get $50 off your 4-week emergency food kit. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Do you have a special needs child or an older adult in your home? The risk of them leaving the house unnoticed is real and terrifying. But you can protect your loved ones with Vivint Home Security.
Alarm on.
Our child has autism. He doesn't usually elope, but one day he did, and it was the most terrifying moment of our lives.
If I didn't have a home security system, I would have realized way too late he's gone.
Right now, Vivint is offering a free doorbell camera with any new plan, plus free installation and low monthly monitoring plans. Smart locks, lights, cameras, and more makes Vivint Home Security the smartest way to protect your family and prevent a tragedy. Vivint is the #1 smart home service provider in the U.S. Protection is just a phone call away. Call 800-953-6693. That's 800-953-6693. Monthly service agreement required for free installation.
Keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe in winter is paramount. That's why I'm a customer of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They get my home winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Get your furnace checked for winter. If they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train furnace. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com. TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating President's Day all month long by offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering discounts up to 20% off MSRP on select models. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand financed through SFS. On approved credit ends 2/28/2025.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Valspar products make any project easy. Valspar Exterior Stain and Sealer makes preserving your fence a breeze. Valspar Reserve makes updating the den a piece of cake.
A red velvet.
And giving your siding new life with Valspar Defense is a walk in the park. So no matter what projects are on your list, Valspar has everything you need to make it a day at the beach. Valspar, made for more. Get it at Lowe's.
News. I'm Sue Guzman. President Trump's new 10% tariffs on China went into effect today. China responding with a 15% tariff on coal, liquid gas products, and 10% on crude oil, farm machinery, and others. Senate confirmation votes are scheduled today for Health and Human Services Secretary nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. And President Trump meets with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president says he's not sure how long it will hold.
I've seen people brutalized. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
President's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, who helped broker the hostage deal, says so far it is holding.
Come to hopefully a peaceful settlement of it all.
Negotiations on a second phase of that deal began this week. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Fox News' Jared Halpern. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It appears that Cooper Kupp's days in Los Angeles have come to an end. Kupp took to social media on Monday to reveal that the Rams informed him that they will seek a trade immediately. Kupp said in part, quote, "I don't agree with the decision and always believed it was going to begin and end in L.A." Kupp has spent his entire 8-year career with the Rams and had a monster 2021 season that saw him lead the league in receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns. The MVP of Super Bowl 56 will be 32 years old next season and is coming off a year where he played in 12 of 17 games and in the season with 67 catches for 710 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I have the 3-minute rule. If an NBA game is within 10 points at the 3-minute mark, if someone's watching it, they can text me and say, you got to watch this game. I don't want to watch an NBA game unless it's 3 minutes left and the team is up or down by 10, because that's when the game begins. So by making some adjustments to the 10 minutes instead of 12 or whatever, does that make my 3-minute rule go up to 6? Does it make it go up to 10 at the start of the fourth quarter? That's really where they've got to get me tuned in for a longer amount of time. I'm not invested in anything with the NBA in a non-NBA market. He mentioned the Major League Baseball changes. Those changes have made me more invested in a product where I don't have a team outside my door to go watch live. They're a local market, my team first league. That's great. That should be baseball.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Both Canada and Mexico have been given a 30-day reprieve from stiff tariffs proposed by the Trump administration. On Monday, President Trump spoke with leaders from both countries who agreed to step up security along their borders with additional troops and technology to prevent illegal immigration and drug trafficking. All work has been frozen at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that regulates financial products like mortgages and credit cards. It most recently imposed new rules capping bank overdraft fees and banning the use of medical debt in credit reports. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been named the Bureau's acting director by President Trump. If you live near a pickleball court, you have reasons to rejoice. 2 manufacturers of pickleball paddles have together come up with the Silencer, a paddle that mutes that pickleball noise that draws complaints. It'll be available this spring. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Rochelle, good morning. How are you?
I'm a teacher. We scheduled a 2-hour delay even before the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. We had 75 kids absent the day after the Super Bowl, and the Eagles weren't even in it. I dare any of you to be a lunch aide the day after the Super Bowl. It's a 30-minute sentence.
I could not work in a cafeteria. I couldn't be a bus driver. I couldn't do any of it. I don't know how these people tolerate these kids.
We got to make it a fun pizza day or something. Just make it as easy and fun as possible. For the teachers, too, like Rochelle was saying.
Right.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This great country was founded on freedom, and that was freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea and then tried blockading us when we dumped their tea into the ocean. How'd that work out for them? Well, it's time now to throw out your overpriced big wireless contract, throw it overboard. My friends at Pure Talk, my cell phone company, says no to inflated prices, and with a qualifying plan of just $45 a month, you can choose a free iPhone 14 or free Samsung Galaxy. And yes, this is for premium service. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 25 gigs of data, mobile hotspot. You get all of it at a fraction of the price of AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. Also, they use the same 5G network. So get your free iPhone 14 or your Samsung Galaxy. You simply dial pound 250, you say the keyword Pure Talk, and check in with Pure Talk and their U.S. customer service team and make the switch. Pound 250, keyword Pure Talk from Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-659-7540. 800-659-7540. 800-659-7540. That's 800-659-7540.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, February 4th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we take you up until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers on a super juicy Tuesday. It's media day for Eagles fans down in New Orleans.
Woo.
Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Gregory.
When you went through those lists of all the socials that you could reach us on, which one is going to be controlled by the federal government? That's TikTok.
TikTok.
Okay.
Tic-tac. Tic-tac-toe.
Did you mean which government?
The
Chinese government or our government?
The federal government.
United States of America. Yeah.
So.
Pay attention to that, folks. Very interesting media pivots. Today, we'll highlight it in the big take. Hegseth said, hey, NPR, Politico, New York Times, NBC, why don't you take a year off? We'll get back to you in 2026. Why don't we work some fresh blood in here? Kind of an under-the-radar media story. We'll get to that this morning. By the way, too, my daughter, Olivia, under the weather.
Oh.
I'm telling you, this winter cannot end fast enough.
It's the worst.
It's not the Greg Stocker sucks
No,
neurovirus stomach bug, is it?
No, she's got the Nick Kayal fever, headache, chills, COVID thing that I had back around Christmas. So that means my other daughter will get it. My wife will get it.
And then you'll get
it. I should be immune, I think, because I had it like 7-8 weeks ago.
Do you still get that immunity, Dawn, from COVID? Because remember when you had it, like there was a time period where you couldn't get it again?
Yeah.
Is that still a thing?
Yeah, isn't there like a window where you can't get it?
Yeah.
Because I definitely did not get it as bad as the rest of my family over Christmas.
Right. My sister had it, and all she had was a loss of smell. Felt completely fine.
That's like what I had.
Yeah, but
Like,
of course, she tested.
She did. She did.
Yeah. My wife's like, you want to test? I'm like, no, I'm not testing. Throw these things away. Just go in your room.
Don't they have to know for school, though, honestly?
No, the schools aren't testing.
No, but she's out all week, though.
She's out because like they want to test for strep.
Yeah. They
Right.
love strep, boy. They are strep nut jobs. It's unbelievable.
Strep is super.
Strep nut job.
It's more contagious than COVID is.
Oh yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
The protocols at my son's school for strep are more stringent than COVID.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're more stringent than NFL steroid and performance-enhancing drug policies. It's unbelievable. We have a lot to delve into. As I mentioned, Pete Hegseth versus the legacy media. Also this morning, the tariffs. Canada, Mexico, perhaps China. Trump apparently making a lot of progress yesterday, only about 6 hours apart, if my math is correct, from the Claudia Sheinbaum conversation to Justin Trudeau north of the border. We'll get to that this morning. Also, a few other stories that I think are very interesting. The NFL has once again brought back Republicans to the television set following the Colin Kaepernick kneeling debacle of 8-9 years ago.
Yeah, they never left.
I think I think most of them did not, but there are some statistical data points that would show the NFL's decline was in double digits, but now it's back.
Oh, okay. All right.
So there is some data behind it.
Okay, I want to hear this data.
I mean, if you're an Eagle fan out there that's not watching this week for the Super Bowl because of Colin Kaepernick 9 years ago, you do you. I'm just skeptical about your fandom and questioning your honesty, but that's just me. I'll be the guy to throw the wrench into the muck right here at 6:03 and trigger the YouTube chat. Also, Maha Moms, I wanted to get to this story, but we will get to it today. We missed out on that yesterday. And did you know that Joe Biden goes Hollywood? That is correct.
Woohoo!
The big god to the big screen. Maybe. We'll talk about it.
He can be there with the rest of the dinosaur fossils.
Yes. And speaking of Hollywood, Matthew McConaughey, Dennis Quaid, and Woody Harrelson attempting to make Austin, Texas, the new Hollywood.
All right.
That's right.
I mean, no offense, and I don't mean to throw cold water on your teas because I love these teases.
Yeah, you like when I tease you.
but
Some bro love here.
hasn't Joe Rogan already done that?
No, that's the podcast world.
He brought the comedy world there.
That's true.
It's these guys aren't breaking any new ground because it's already been established there.
And you know what the funny part about it is Austin is super progressive.
Of course. Yeah.
You're leaving woke for woke.
But it's still Texas. So
but
it's not
Texas,
it's not California where
correct.
Even the pockets that are a little more conservative in California, it's still California.
True. Very true. Also this morning, we have another $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I believe we are playing Super Bowl trivia?
Thursday and Friday we'll do it.
Thursday and Friday.
Okay. I should have been more clear in my text. But yes, we'll do it Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
And I want the I know the radio station down the hall does a variation of this. but I would like the listeners, the audience, to play against you.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Okay.
It'll be fun. I mean, I won't yell like a madman and call myself a random tool from a tool belt. Yeah, I'm not going to say I'm a hammer, but I'm, maybe a nail. I don't know. Rhymes with kale. We'll figure it out. We've got a couple of days to play with.
Beat the nail.
Beat the nail. Hammer the nail. Nail kale. I don't know.
Oh, it's amazing.
We'll figure it out. Jimmy Kelly might make some imaging. He was asking me about it this morning. But all right, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday, as Greg says it, Tuesday morning. We are here February 4th, sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning in the 40s. Another warm day in store for you. So we got that going for us, which is nice. In the news, so much happening. We now know that the number of people known to be injured in the Northeast Philadelphia plane crash has now risen to 24. That confirmation from city officials as well as Mayor Sherelle Parker, who spoke out once again yesterday. She confirmed that of those people, 4 remain hospitalized and 2 of them are in very critical condition. So the number of fatalities, as we've been reporting, related to the crash remains at 7. The 6 people who were on board that MedJet plane and then the 1 person on the ground. We know that Mayor Sherelle Parker has announced that she is requesting state and federal help with this recovery effort and says those talks have began immediately after the crash. So we'll see where that goes. And she noted the city is working with the forensics department, other partners, as this probe continues. We now have it nailed down as far as the community meeting. That'll be Wednesday evening. NTSB still investigating, and I updated you on that all day yesterday as far as the black boxes. They're completing that investigation. So we're following that one for you. We also had a shootout between 2 different groups in North Philadelphia happen last night, injuring a man and 2 teenage delivery driver workers. So this happened before 8 o'clock. It was like 7:30-ish last night, 2800 block of North Reese Street. And police officers were called, 911 calls. They found that a man was shot in the leg. He was rushed to the hospital. He's in stable condition. And they say the man is being held as a prisoner at this time. 2 other women who were working for a delivery driving service were also shot in the leg. I guess we also have teenagers injured, but one of the women listed in critical condition, the other in stable condition. And so the police are saying they have no official arrests at this point, but at least 3 shooters fired more than 30 gunshots during this gun battle, like the Wild Wild West here.
Like me at King Shooters on a Sunday afternoon.
Gosh, it's they believe now this time they're saying a motive that they believe drugs were the motive.
Oh, shocking.
For the shootout.
I mean, I'm willing to bet at least 50% of the stories that you talk about are either gang or drug related. Nice that they could actually throw us a tidbit of information.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're getting that information, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
We had yesterday was the 2-year commemoration, I'll say, of the East Palestine, Ohio, on the border of Pennsylvania train derailment and that toxic site, as many claim. Vice President J.D. Vance back in Ohio yesterday for that 2nd anniversary of the East Palestine train derailment. This was 2 years ago yesterday. 50 cars on that Norfolk Southern freight train derailing in East Palestine. 10 of those cars carrying hazardous materials, and that, of course, led to the evacuation order, people living nearby. And then we started to hear about health, water, air concerns became top of mind for the residents of this village. So I will say that they, under the previous administration, under the Biden administration, even though there were many requests to declare this as some kind of a federal disaster area, that never happened under Biden. And they had, remember, Trump and J.D. Vance had obviously campaigned here last summer. Made a lot of promises.
Yeah. I remember for 2020, after the election, we found out, in light of this story 2 years ago, that East Palestine voted 73% Trump. I'm wondering what those numbers were this time around 4 years later.
Yeah, so this is Trump country.
Yeah.
We have some of JD yesterday if you want to roll the film.
In that initial phase, what we were most worried about is the water clean to drink? Is the air safe to breathe? That's what we were really worried about 2 years ago. Now what we're worried about is finishing the cleanup and getting this community back on the path of economic prosperity. And you asked about the Railway Safety Act. I mean, I sponsored the Railway Safety Act because I thought then, and I still think now, that we could do a lot better. We could have smarter regulations that actually empower the railways to experiment with technology that will make their business safer, but most importantly, make these communities safer. And I think that we could do a lot better at ensuring that when you have a terrible train disaster like what happened in East Palestine, the railways actually pick up the tab. And that is one thing. As much as I'm inspired and gratified by the resiliency of this community, I heard a lot about Norfolk Southern making promises to this community that it didn't keep. And you can be damn sure that over the next 6 months, you're going to hear a lot from the Vice President of the United States and the entire administration. If Norfolk Southern doesn't keep these promises, we are going to talk about it and we are going to fight for it.
Mike DeWine, the Republican governor of Ohio, there in the background on the left. Remember when they sent in the EPA into people's houses and they were drinking the water and they're like, this is good. You want to try it? It's safe. I'll never forget that little photo op that they had.
Yeah, yesterday, actually, Dan Borowski had set up, I interviewed the founder of Just Well Law, and so her name's Christina Bear. She's the attorney. They just yesterday filed a major lawsuit, and for the first time, we learned about the fatalities that are being blamed on this, including a 1-week-old baby. So even though they've just announced some settlements with the community, the legal entanglements continue here.
It'll go on for years.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just a really tragic story there. So we have other news of the day. Just wanted to update you on the story of what happened in court yesterday as far as the murder of Ellen Greenberg. City of Philadelphia settled 2 lawsuits yesterday brought by her parents. She's the 27-year-old teacher, school teacher, local grade school teacher who was stabbed to death. Originally, it was ruled a homicide. Then it was changed to a suicide. Then it was just yesterday now. Or just over the weekend, the original ME, the coroner there, changed it back to either other or homicide. In any event, before the trial would begin, City of Philadelphia settles these 2 lawsuits with her grieving parents who have fought since 2011, January of 2011, to have justice in the murder of their daughter in Manayunk. So now there will be transparency. Part of the settlement is transparency.
Over 20 stab wounds, multiple in the back.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't know how anybody stabs themselves in the back to the point where they're able to bleed out and die. That thing that smelled for 15 years.
It has.
It really has.
There's more to it, and we've talked about it before, but I just wanted to headline that at least there's some closure for these poor parents. A Temple University student is now charged in connection with the alleged impersonation of ICE officers on the North Philadelphia campus. University police responding to Temple's, one of the residence halls there, Johnson and Hardwick on North Broad Street.
Yeah, know it well.
Familiar to you?
Yes.
As a famous Philadelphia Temple alum.
I wouldn't go that far, but I will not reveal any details of what occurred or did not occur at Johnson and Hardwick.
So initially they said the police had reports that 2 guys were acting as ICE impersonators. A third person was recording them. And somebody denied access to this residence hall. Somebody calls police, but they get away. So now 15 minutes later, police find what they believe to be the same guys that are answering to the same description, let's say, as the 15-minute earlier description at the residence hall. And police responded to Insomnia Cookies there on Cecil B. Moore Ave after another report of these suspicious young men claiming to be police as well as ICE agents. And they were wearing black shirts with police on the front and ICE on the back.
Well, I mean, the uniform is pretty simple and basic. I guess you could have it made up at a T-shirt shop.
So here's the kicker, Nick Kayal. They did take into custody 22-year-old Aiden Stiegelman. And as well, he had been driving, I don't know if this is his parents' vehicle, whose vehicle this is, but it is a Jaguar SUV.
Okay.
So to which I would say, if I buy the Piazza Jaguar SUV, not letting, you know what I mean, the teenagers drive the Jag.
Right. And this is a Temple student.
This is a Temple student. So
Okay.
he's on interim suspension. and the investigation is ongoing. So nobody is charged in this. I think they're trying to figure out, were these three trying to do some kind of a Jack A, like a prank? This one's video. What is going on? You cannot impersonate an officer, though.
Well, they wanted to go viral, Dawn.
It sounds like it, Nick.
Yeah, they
Kayal.
wanted lots of likes and comments and retweets.
So I imagine the Stiegelmans, you get that phone call. It's the dreaded phone call.
Yeah, the Stiegelmans are like, we tried to give you the Jaguar. You know what? If you could afford a Jaguar as a college student at Temple, shouldn't you be going to Villanova or Penn? Or maybe St. Joe's? Just a thought.
These are the questions.
Yeah.
Nick Kayal wants answers.
This is hard-hitting
Please.
journalism here,
Please,
folks.
yes. And of course, last night, what a great night. First night as we debut Eagles in Nolan.
Eagles!
Taking the questions. It was a lot of fun.
I saw all the reporters down there yucking it up with the athletes. God, what a charade it is. We don't need 2 weeks for this. I wish the Super Bowl was just the week after the championship games.
I think it's fun. I know that, Kelsey they were getting a lot of Taylor Swift questions, but they were asking there was one cute interaction with Jalen Hurts, and the one guy was saying that, I don't know, his girlfriend has a crush on Jalen, and like, what could he do to look better?
I could see a lot of women having a crush on Jalen. Yeah.
And Jalen basically said, can't help you with that.
And we get Conklin back in here to do his Jalen Hurts impersonation from Friday. All 4 words of it.
So having a lot of fun, but we're very excited for our Eagles and our Phils as well. Because
the caravan went down, right?
Yes.
They loaded up. Did they load up the truck? That used to be an old sports radio exercise. We'd have to guess how many rosin bags and how many cans of bubble gum and things like that are in the truck.
Philly Fanatic, he's got his that vehicle's pretty cool. Like, I like that 4-wheeler he's got.
People love the nostalgia of pitchers and catchers in Clearwater, Florida. Get away from this cold and the COVID and everything.
Yes.
Yep.
Let's go down, shall we?
Yeah.
Kayal and Company Caravan?
Yeah, sounds like
Greg's
a plan.
very quiet,
yeah.
Nick.
Yeah, Stalker's like, we don't have 20 grand for that.
We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. kitchenmagic.com. Enjoy today's weather because we are nearly 50 degrees today, but with some snow and nasty weather on the way tomorrow and may affect our early morning commute 24 hours from now. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17 Tuesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by Robert Half. The Big Take media industry crisis. Donald Trump's victory in November wasn't just a win over Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party, but it was also a resounding knockout of the legacy media. Americans who might have voted for Donald Trump for the first time tuned out the mainstream media, the manufactured noise, and the DNC talking points, and nothing they sold the American public landed. In the aftermath, we've seen CNN hit a 30-year rock bottom in ratings. We just covered the story yesterday in which MSNBC had their lowest rated January in network history, amassing a paltry 63,000 viewers in their 8 to 11 p.m. primetime window. But flying under the radar and knocked off of the front page over the weekend by Trump and tariffs was a swift, decisive move by newly minted Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. The Pentagon throwing a crushing blow to left-wing media. Headline, Pete Hegseth, quote, kicks legacy media out of Pentagon press office, replaces them with New York Post, Breitbart, OAN, and Huffington Post. Pentagon rep said, quote, the order is intended to broaden the access to the limited space of the correspondence corridor to outlets that have not previously enjoyed the privilege and journalist value of working from physical office space in the Pentagon, end quote. And I think we are just getting out ahead of this story, and I believe so because just wait until Pete's next media availability. He was just at the border yesterday with Secretary Kristi Noem. I think the remaining legacy media will still be able to gather, and they will undoubtedly say that this is an attempt at state-run media and right-wing propaganda. I think you can take that to the bank. Here are some further details. The New York Times, NBC News, NPR, and Politico are amongst the outlets that have been ordered to vacate their spaces by Valentine's Day. Quote, this is part of Pete's plan to implement a rotating schedule for outlets to use office space. Each rotation will last 1 year and will include one outlet from print, television, online, and radio to be filtered to allow a new outlet from the same medium that has not had the unique opportunity to report as a resident member of the Pentagon Press Corps. Of course, the New York Times immediately peddling panic and fear, writing the following, quote, this is a concerning development. They have expelled independent, fact-based news outlets, end quote. Now that's funny, fact-based. This isn't state-run media. This isn't controlling the narrative. This is merely leveling the playing field. Okay, so no more New York Times, no more NPR. Update on that story coming up shortly. Politico or NBC News. But you still have the Washington Post, ABC News, CBS News, Axios, and other dying media publications and platforms. But the reality is Americans are rejecting the legacy media like we've never seen before in our nation's history. 61% of Americans polled by Gallup don't trust the mainstream media anymore. And after the last 4 years, how could you? The alternative forms of media and even the so-called conspiracy theorists are hitting at a far better rate than the fake news. The Washington Times with this headline, quote, new media's rise marks legacy news outlets' fall. They write, when White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced last week that the briefing room is now open to reporters for, quote, new media, including podcasters and websites, she was acknowledging the power and reach of these outlets, which was demonstrated in the election when President Trump made himself available to those outlets that were ignored by the Kamala Harris campaign. They go on to write further. Chuck Todd has been with NBC News for 18 years and is resigning. The former host of Meet the Press once said he would never have a guest on the program who didn't believe in climate change. The liberal Washington Post has laid off 100 employees, and 25,000 subscribers have canceled their subscriptions, outraged that the paper declined to endorse Ms. Harris. The Post continues to lose money, end quote. And speaking of Chuck Todd, this past weekend, another big story was that Chuck Todd has left NBC News after 18 years. Entertainment Weekly wrote he is, quote, dissatisfied with the industry. Todd said the media has a lot of work to do. It's a bottom line here. We can't stick our heads in the sand, and we can't be propagandists, end quote. Here was Chuck Todd ranting and raving about Elon Musk being un-American and claiming that Musk himself has destroyed the media ecosphere. Listen and watch this.
And if democracy is a quote-unquote left-wing ideology to Elon Musk, I mean, this man is un-American as far as my definition of America is. And I'm the fact that more people aren't offended by this man's actions. I mean, shows you how much he has helped successfully destroy the trusted information ecosystem, because this is a 5-alarm fire. Elon Musk is a 5-alarm fire, and the country doesn't realize it.
So let me get this straight. Chuck Todd says, quote, it shows you how much he has helped successfully destroy the trusted information ecosystem because this is a 5-alarm fire. Chuck Todd, who stole millions over his career, offering nothing and has no market for his services and could never generate that kind of salary if he was working as an independent broadcaster, sounds like a completely defeated man who is bitter that Elon Musk and X, as well as the new wave of talk radio, social media, and podcasts, ended the stranglehold and the monopoly of information that legacy media held over the American public for decades. They can't handle that. And fittingly enough, he's on a podcast talking about how podcasts ripped away the power of outlets like NBC News. And while we're on the subject of state-run media and taxpayer-funded propaganda, let's circle back to our story with Trump and the FCC versus NPR and PBS. Marjorie Taylor Greene, never one to miss an opportunity to get her name in the headlines, said the following yesterday, quote, my subcommittee issued a letter on Monday and called for the heads of both NPR and PBS to testify before the House Oversight Committee over what the GOP-led body claimed is, quote, blatantly ideological and partisan coverage. The subcommittee on delivering on government efficiency is planning a hearing on federally funded radio and television, including its systematically biased content. The subcommittee is concerned by PBS's blatantly ideological and partisan coverage and looks forward to your participation in our upcoming hearing. You all know I have a love-hate relationship with MTG, but I'm with her on this one. Let's go. Jim Vandehey is the founder of both Axios and Politico. He wrote the following on Sunday, quote, "For the first time in our lifetimes, I would argue that the media ecosystem favors the right more than the left." He told Mediaite editor-in-chief Aidan McLaughlin on this week's episode of Press Club, the MAGA movement, podcasts, X, talk radio, and other outlets, and now how people consume information favors the Republican Party, and it really favors Donald Trump. He has everything working for him to stretch the boundaries of what we're used to in the power of the presidency and the power of media. And I think Jim is absolutely correct. Now, that being said, the raw numbers as far as media outlets in total still favors the left, but the impact is more palpable on the right. And why is the left, the Democrats, and the legacy media lost the power wars of information? Because they are all completely detached from the common person. Case in point, Margaret Brennan from CBS and Face the Nation on Sunday. Here's her conversation with Florida Republican Brian Mast as they were sparring with each other on Sunday morning over Doge. Listen and watch.
Can I follow up on what you just said there? You want to authorize purging of State Department personnel? What does that mean exactly?
Well, if you want to take a look at the State Department, where DEI has been a priority over, let's say, diplomacy in many accounts, I could give you hundreds of examples of where they were authorizing.
What proof do you have of that?
Sure. Let's list them off. $500,000 to expand atheism in Nepal, $50,000 to do, let's see, a transgender opera in Colombia, $47,000 to do an LGBTQ trans comic book in Peru, $20,000 a pop to do drag shows in Ecuador. Shall I continue with more examples of where DEI was the priority?
It certainly seems like there could be a review of things. Foreign aid, as you know, is less than 1% of the entire federal budget. So we're talking small amounts of money by comparison.
Doesn't matter if it's small in comparison or not. Thousands of dollars for trans comic books in Peru. That's where our tax dollars are going. More of these dollar sums coming up in the cut sheet at 7:45. But Margaret Brennan, she can keep interrupting. She can keep defending the DNC talking points, and she can keep on losing because none of them obviously have learned a thing. And the double down, heck, the triple downs are just fabulous to witness and watch. But lastly, talk about good timing. Super Bowl 59 is this Sunday, and Fox has the broadcast, which means that a Fox host will interview the 47th president of the United States. News coming down over the weekend that Fox News host Brett Baer will interview Donald Trump in a pre-taped interview from Mar-a-Lago that will air during Fox's pregame show of Super Bowl 59. It's another W for Trump and Fox, although I will say this, I can't wait for the next couple of years when the big game returns to CBS and NBC. That should be must-see with Donald Trump. Now, some believe that the media is the most powerful entity in the entire world. And at this very moment, it's the right dictating the terms, not the left. And that is causing the left to claim chaos, although the only chaos is behind their closed doors as their echo chamber rings hollow these days. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring, and Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the phones, social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, the YouTube chat. We'll come back, get thoughts and reactions to that, as well as the tariffs and the updates yesterday from both Canada and Mexico. It's Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears, and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now. 800-211-5209. 800-211-5209.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
I'm Greg Devins, CEO of Independence Blue Cross. At IBX, we understand this city and what makes Philly so great. For more than 85 years, we've been proud to call Philadelphia our home, and we're proud of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
This is Rock and Roll Radio. Come on, let's rock and roll with the Ramones.
Yeah, let's go. Tuesday morning, rise and shine. Wake up. Let's go. It's Kayal and Company. Here on this February 4th, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Got you coming up 7:45. We'll get to Trump, tariffs, Mexico, Canada. Interesting revelations yesterday. I will also admit that I was somewhat wrong, especially on one big thing with the tariffs. We're going to have to tip our cap to Dawn. Dawn was very nonchalant yesterday. She's like, nah, he's got this. Don't worry. It'll work out. We've been here. We've been doing this for a long time.
2 down, 1 to go.
2 down, 1 to go, supposedly. We'll talk about that coming up. I just want to get your thoughts, Dawn, though, and we have some media follow-ups. Interesting story with CNBC with Trump and TikTok, and then also Fox News with a story that I've been sitting on for a couple of days about TikTok and Trump with election content suppression as far as social media and free speech, so to speak. But it's not from 2024. It's from 2020. We'll get to that in a moment. Your thoughts on what Pete Hegseth did? We'll call it the Hegseth media change-up. And then also Chuck Todd's meltdown that Elon Musk has destroyed the media because he purchased one of 45,000 social media platforms.
Yeah, I think, of course, I could talk about this for hours, so I won't bore you. But I will say this, that the first time when Trump won, part of the reason I believe he won in 2016 was because the mainstream media and all of the progressives and all of the swamp did not really think he was going to win. And so it was a surprise to them. Now this time around, I also feel once again that, and my bottom line point to all of what I'm saying is, a Republican can win when it's a surprise attack. In other words, so this time around, what they didn't see coming, much like 2016, was the influence of the Joe Rogans and all of these podcasters, especially the guys. And so they did not see that coming. Mm-hmm. And there were sections of votes that nobody saw coming.
Yeah.
And that's what's concerning to me, is that somebody with an R behind his name, even though he certainly is not a traditional Republican, much like, Reagan was back in the 80s, was somebody, I think, who a lot of people listening right now, watching on YouTube, you're going to say, I was a Democrat until I voted for Reagan. I'm a Reagan Republican. Mm-hmm. Now I think there's going to be a whole new generation who says, well, I was a Trump Republican.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yeah, MAGA Republican.
And so, but the concerning thing to me is that now they're going to learn. The swamp monsters, they're all looking at this, all of the media moguls, the alternative media, if you will. They're all looking at this, studying this, and what they'll do is they'll pivot. They're very good at pivoting because they all follow each other and they all get it together. And so they will pivot and they'll make sure that there's a lockout on this front.
Yeah, and I have no problem with what Hegseth did because it's, to me, more of a balancing of media access. There are still going to be tons of media outlets that are left-wing media publications and, TV networks and websites and newspapers that'll have access to asking their same old tiresome questions. So when you kick out, an NBC, an NPR, and a Politico, and you put it in the New York Post, which kind of hard to believe that the New York Post didn't have more access to somebody at the Pentagon like a Secretary of Defense. And again, this doesn't change the Caroline Leavitt White House press briefing. So I don't think, like the New York Times, when they're talking interesting development as independent fact-based outlets are being kicked out, which again is really rich because, the New York Times, far be it from a fact-based outlet these days with the slants that they've put on everything and how many headlines they've been wrong on. But what I am a little bit concerned about, two stories. So you have this one from CNBC yesterday, where Trump signs the order to create a sovereign wealth fund that he says could buy TikTok. Two key points from this. President Donald Trump signed an executive order that outlines plans for a government-run sovereign wealth fund to serve as an economic development tool and perhaps be used to buy TikTok. Though the idea of such a U.S. fund has been brought up before, they are generally used by smaller countries with vast natural resources as well as fiscal surpluses to deploy. So that comes out. And then this is really the one that is kind of, I think, a little troubling if you're someone that's trying to view things from a consistent lens. So Fox, of all places, reported that TikTok suppressed content that was critical of Donald Trump and the 2020 election controversy. So we're not talking about his victory from 12 weeks ago. Fox News wrote the following: as the Trump administration works to keep TikTok legally available in the United States, the wildly popular app has suppressed content critical of President Donald Trump, according to a new report shared exclusively with Fox News. TikTok maintains that the report reached a false conclusion and that the researchers used terms subjected to additional safety measures because they've been associated with election misinformation or profanity. Now, you might be asking, what exactly was suppressed? Well, this research group that studies the algorithms on hashtags and certain, phrases that are used on social media, like stop the steal, for example. What they realized was, after doing all of their analysis and screen grabs, they showed that in January of 2020, January 24th to be exact, searches for hashtag F Joe Biden returned 37,000 results. A search the same day for F Trump returned none. 3 days later, Fox News, in an independent investigation, replicated the search and found multiple videos and content listed under both. So now we look at the CCP, and here's my big picture takeaway and observation from this is Trump used TikTok tremendously well. Vivek Ramaswamy was begging and pleading Republicans, please utilize this app. We have to get our message out to Gen Z 18 to 29. Trump comes in with a last-minute rescue of TikTok, 4 years removed from reports that TikTok suppressed anti-Trump content. And I ask you this question. If you are against censorship, how is this any different than Meta, Facebook, or Instagram suppressing anti-Joe Biden stuff in 2020, specifically with Hunter Biden and the laptop story? So this is kind of an interesting little analysis here and study. We have Hegseth, which again I have no problem with, kicking out legacy media to get fresh blood and to provide a more level playing field. Yet on the other side of this TikTok story, which, by the way, February 6th is coming up, so we will have an update on the future of TikTok in the next couple of days. What is going on here with Trump, TikTok, and perhaps, and I'll throw the word out because it's the word that just popped into my head this morning, do we have collusion here? What's going on?
Well, okay, first of all, my bottom line on the Pentagon and Pete Hegseth is that I'm not sure why they focus on NBC, NPR Political to boot them. I would just say welcome to the party and bring in other groups.
Right. Well, they're claiming it's a space issue. There's only so much,
Then do it virtual. I mean, to me, that's BS. Put up have a second room. You can put up a screen. You can have somebody in a second room. They can ask questions. Like, go outside. Yesterday, Caroline Leavitt was outside where Greg and Rich and I took pictures right outside the White House, when we were during our visit. And I don't remember if KJP did that. I apologize, but I don't remember that she was just there riffing with people, just taking their questions. And if she didn't know somebody, she said, I don't have the answer, but to Caitlin Collins, asked her a couple questions. She said, I'll get back to you. I loved the informal sort of friendly. She was very friendly with them and very cheerful, and she was doing her job. I liked that kind of transparency. So with Pete Hegseth, who's from the media, I don't know how that, I don't know. He's saying by Valentine's Day.
Correct.
So I don't really understand if that's just sort of a little spanking. He's calling them out. I suspect they'll get back in.
It's a 1-year rotation, according to the White House press corps and the Pentagon. So, I mean, again, it's still probably 55-45 left-wing versus alternative media, but I thought that was interesting. And then on this CNBC story about Trump signing an order to create this sovereign wealth fund to buy TikTok, this is the interesting excerpt from this article. A discussed deal in which the U.S. would become, and maybe it's CNBC's wording that's going to throw everybody off, but the U.S. would become a partner in social media platform TikTok, which one would be able to potentially use. The app, which was taken offline briefly amid security concerns, but Trump, as we know, signed that order. A government being a partner with a social media platform? Okay. That's a little scary, is it? And I'm not trying to drum up fear, but unless I'm interpreting this the wrong way.
The times that I've heard about sovereign wealth funds, some states have this, especially states that are rich in like natural resources and they have a ton of money it's like a wealth fund. It's state run.
Yeah.
It's basically like their own investment fund, and they run that. What's interesting to me, and the first time I heard, 2 times when Doug Burgum, remember he was here in Chester County at that great Trump Force 47 meeting, and he talked about this. This was Burgum was having. Then remember when Trump, he addressed when he was on the campaign trail, and it was a whole financial meeting, but something he said sort of derailed it, and all the headlines went to that instead of this. Trump has been talking about this and thinking about this for a while. And so this is interesting to me that you can look at the state-run investment funds, which are very successful. Now this would be, I think, what they're saying, a national situation. I'm curious to learn more about it, but basically you would have I don't know, like, is it a slush fund? How do you, they say it would be fully transparent. It would be investment funds, stocks, bonds, real estate, precious metals.
We can have Trump answer that question because he signed an executive order on it yesterday, and he was asked about it. We can play that on the other side.
All right, let's do that when we come back. We'll put a bow on that conversation, and then we will get to the tariff as Mexico bends the knee, Trudeau bends the knee, and according to reports, conversations underway with Xi Jinping. But right now, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are stepping it up today because we're talking about Mercedes-Benz. Oh, yeah, the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. We were out there at the Wilmington Pike location in Westchester in December before Christmas. Massive grand reopening after their renovation. What a facility. What a lineup. What a staff. I was looking at the C-Class myself. Far more affordable than you could ever imagine. That's $419 a month for a Mercedes-Benz Sound. Yeah, you didn't think that was realistic, did you? Well, the Piazza Auto Group, they make it happen. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you'll find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. You can schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 6:51 here on a Tuesday morning. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. We will get to all of the tariff conversation because there were developments, as they like to say, yesterday, north and south with the borders and our neighbors of Canada and Mexico. Claudia and Justin will talk about your bending of the knee, so to speak. Also, still ahead this morning, Republicans in the National Football League and Maha Moms, Make America Healthy Again mothers in the suburbs. Don't mess with these women.
Yeah, baby.
We've got the details. Dawn will be able to verify this as well, coming up shortly. But let's put a bow on the conversation that we were having with the media. Pete Hegseth kicking out legacy media outlets and bringing in fresh alternative news media blood. Also, the stories that are out there with Trump and TikTok. And I believe Stalker said that he has a clip here of DJT.
Yesterday, Trump signed an executive order that basically created this sovereign wealth fund. And Howard Lutnick was there with him to kind of explain what this whole thing meant. I'll play a little bit. It's kind of in the weeds.
Yeah.
So you two can kind of sum it up, but roll it, Phil.
This is an executive order. This charges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation of an American sovereign wealth fund.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you're seeing that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth, the people, my predecessors. We're creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
Yes, sir. This is very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We're going to put the assets to work, and I think it's going to be very exciting. We're going to study best practices that's done around the world. It'll be a combination of liquid assets, assets that we have in this country as we work to bring them out for the American people.
The extraordinary size and scale of the U.S. government and the business it does with companies should create value for American citizens. If we are going to buy 2 billion COVID vaccines, maybe we should have some warrants and some equity in these companies and have that grow for the help of the American people. So I bring all these things together. I think Scott and I will create an amazing sovereign wealth fund for you, sir.
All right, so we can actually stop it right there because I think what's happening here is you have two very bright people financially. You have Scott Bassett and Howard Lutnick, and what this feels like to me is a revenue-generating operation over the next 12 months, which, again, if you talk about having the assets that were necessary and tying this into the story out there with TikTok, because ultimately I think this is the vehicle to possibly perhaps purchasing TikTok from ByteDance. Remember, Elon Musk said some of the investors, and he took flack for this, didn't have the assets and didn't have the money to make that purchase. Remember, when Elon purchased X, he spent $44 billion on it, and he lost $22 billion. He spent basically twice what it was worth. TikTok is worth far more. So this, to me, feels like a vehicle to get the acquisition of TikTok. My biggest concern with it is all of a sudden the government in bed with a social media company. I just want robust speech. And if this leads to the opposite or less thereof, that's my concern as somebody who values free speech. Although I still understand that TikTok at this point in time is a private company. Now, where free speech restrictions and violations would occur is if the U.S. government is a partner with TikTok, because much like the Biden administration, you can't be meddling with free speech and pressuring companies to shut down the voices of American citizens. So that's kind of the way I would tie it together. Dawn, I'm not sure if you agree with it. There's a lot of in the weeds with the financial aspects of it, but I was more concerned about the social media aspect and the speech component.
I just think that, and by the way, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, a lot of Pennsylvania ties, as you know.
Yep.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bassett. I thought it was interesting that at one point, Rupert Murdoch, did you hear that, was in the room with them?
Yes, and it was a little awkward, correct?
It was, to me, I was just fascinated by it.
Yeah.
But I will say this, take away the fact that TikTok is a media company. If they're simply saying that this is just another investment, and they're not controlling the investment. See, that's the question. And these wealth funds, if you do the history on them and the deep dive, so these came about and we knew more about them. I mean, they're relatively a newer thing. Maybe I think the first legislation we had was, and I always go by when my kids were born, this was like after David was born. So maybe it was like 17-ish years ago.
Oh, wow.
So they're not really a long time thing that we've heard about. And that's why I think people are always hesitant, something new. But I think the idea here is alternative and new revenue sources.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you have, guys. You know, these are some of the, best minds in the financial world in the world.
They're getting very
right?
creative on how to fix things economically.
Because they don't want to tax us.
Right.
The idea, starting in the 1920s was, hey, Americans, we're going to tax you. We're going to take a chunk out of your paycheck. What they're trying to do is say, we're going to flip that. We're going to take less out of your paycheck. How do we offset that?
Yep.
And part of it is a different way of investment. Of course, you want to have concern about especially foreign investment, right?
Yep.
And that's where the laws were created in around 2007-ish. They started saying, we don't want foreign investments taking over our investments.
Yep. They
They have to watch all of this. They have to have proper watchdogs, proper transparency. I think that's more the focus. If you forget TikTok, pretend it's they found a big gold mine, and they're going to take that gold mine and say, hey, we're going to make this an American sovereign wealth fund.
Right.
But we're not, that's I think how they're viewing it.
Yep. Lutnick, very smart guy. I gave you
God.
a clip of him yesterday in the big take with the tariffs when he was on CNBC, and that CNBC host was like, that's the greatest explanation I've ever heard for tariffs. We'll get to tariffs on the other side because we have updates from Mexico, Canada, China. I've got Trump's Truth Social posts and all of that, as it looks like in a matter of 6 hours, 2 out of the 3 have been taken care of. It's hour number 2 on the way. Dawn will have some news as we continue Kayal and Company on a Tuesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking for a great place for dinner, lunch? Need a great space for your next event? Gallows in Northeast Philly is it. Delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Need a place to watch Philly sports? Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's Burger and the shrimp mac and cheese. Tremendous. For quality, variety, and value, visit Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar. GallowsandBurgerBar.com. Order your game day party tray now and go Birds!
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a 1 bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Bucks County Estate Traders is giving you early access to their huge President's Day savings event. Save 15% off everything in the store with many items up to 25% off. Discover their massive 16,000-piece showroom in Hatfield filled with beautiful, high-quality furniture. Furnish every room in your house in one trip. QR codes on every piece provide all the info at your fingertips, and their industry-leading staff will help you find exactly what you need. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders or their showroom today. Hurry in and tell them you heard it here.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture.
Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
.04, hour number 2 underway on a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal Company. Mikhail Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Bill Omquist, Jimmy Kelly. Good show for you today. We're going to get to Republicans and their return to the National Football League as far as eyes on the television. Interesting timing that this story comes out, as we are just about 5 days away from the Eagles in Super Bowl 59. Also, Maha moms out there. Nothing like a strong, healthy mom, right? Get your mind out of the gutter, guys. Just stay with us here. Big Bobby contingency out there amongst health nut moms. And we've got an interesting story to give to you in just a little bit. Kutchi coming up at 7:45, and the tariffs, the updates, we will give you those here in just a few moments. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, and good morning, Kayal Company News Live this Tuesday morning. Staying warm for now, but I'll tell you when the big chill and some nasty precipitation and weather will be moving in. We are sponsored this February 4th by American Heritage Credit Union and Kayal Company News Live. So let's get to it. We do have a lot of breaking news going on, a lot of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania news as well. I'll just point out to you, the Pennsylvania Governor, Josh Shapiro, put this on your radar, is delivering his third budget address to the State House and Senate today here in Pennsylvania, expected to focus on the energy industry and also wants increased investments for things like education, public safety, and more. We'll talk about SEPTA, so we'll watch that as he's going to make some new pitches for how to generate revenue and new revenues to make up for a budget shortfall. It'll be interesting. The thing to watch especially is recreational marijuana, because he's talked about that. You know, I think he wants to tap into all the billions of dollars because our neighbors already, have made it legal.
Or you could tap into all the energy that we have underneath the ground here in our state, but I know you won't give up on the electric stuff. But as far as the marijuana thing, that's interesting because I just read a story in the Wall Street Journal. There's a debate now as to the health implications, and they compared weed versus alcohol, which is fascinating. Maybe we'll get into it tomorrow at some point, but hey, I'm all for legalizing marijuana, even though I'm not somebody that imbibes in it, but you can tax the hell out of it, generate more revenue. I'm fine with that. Again, just my whole stance is do not let police catch you driving behind the wheel under the influence of weed. And I'm against it for alcohol, and the same thing applies with marijuana.
That's a great point.
Yep.
You know, we have to, I don't know if they have the technology like they have for people to get caught with drunk driving and tested on the spot.
Yeah.
So maybe that would go along with it.
Well, we have enough people distracted with the smartphone that causes accidents on the roads. Now you throw in marijuana and Skippy all blazed out of his brain. No.
So we do have these, some breaking news. We have a shooting in Kensington. Looks like there were homeowners saw somebody trying to break into their home in the Kensington section of Philadelphia, and could see somebody got in through the vestibule, like the front area of their home, and then was trying to break into the home. Homeowner then confronts the guy or yells through the door and then ultimately shoots and kills the man. So investigating that, there are some reports this guy might have been a homeless guy, but the homeowner, cooperating fully, called 911 and says, this guy was breaking down my door. So we'll try to get a legal gun owner and all of that, a homeowner, in the wee hours of the morning. So we'll try to get that information for you. That's an active scene. Then we have these two teenage girls delivering food. They were injured in Philadelphia after they were caught in the crossfire of this huge gun battle going on in North Philadelphia. It's an incredible story, and it's making national headlines, unfortunately, for Philadelphia. But this shootout between two different groups, one man's in critical condition, and then the teenagers, were injured and are recovering as well. It happened about 7:30-ish last night, so not a late night situation. In the 2800 block, this is North Reese Street. Officers were called, frantic 911 calls. They find a 26-year-old man was shot in his lower body. He was rushed to the hospital. He remains in very critical condition. But these two victims, an 18-year-old and 16-year-old girls, they were working for DoorDash at the time, and they were shot it sounds like they were shot in the legs. So I don't think these are life-threatening necessarily. They're hospitalized in stable condition. But the police just saying that these shooters, two different groups of shooters, apparently some kind of a drug battle. So was this involving gangs? We don't know. But, firing dozens of gunshots, hitting homes, hitting cars.
For a DoorDash driver.
And I think that the teenage girls doing the DoorDash, I think they just were literally caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, innocent bystanders just trying to do their job, right?
So Philadelphia police were trying to see if they're, as far as following their investigation, no arrests in this one. So we've got that going on. We did I say we were sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union? That's our sponsor this morning. So we talked a lot about financial news, and just a recap for you as far as Trump, a lot more with executive orders today, because it looks like he is going to sign an executive order dealing with the Department of Education, and Doge is looking into the Department of Education as well. So that's going on. As far as other financial news, we've been talking about the other executive order that Trump signed yesterday, and that was directing the United States of America to take steps to start developing this sovereign wealth fund that we've been talking about, government-owned investment fund that Trump says the USA could really profit off of. And this, at the timing, and that's what we were talking about, with the timing here, is that's just as the Trump administration grants the Chinese-owned TikTok until early April to find a American partner, a domestic partner, or buyer in all of this, and then we would, I guess, profit 50%. So as they look for the groundwork, the bottom line is they're trying to let the government, the U.S. government, benefit, and the citizens benefit from these types of investments as we move forward. So just wanted to highlight that for you. So it'll be interesting to watch. Here's Governor Shapiro doing his State of the State address, watching all of this happening in real time. Will there be a reaction as Shapiro is talking about education, has close ties? Obviously, you think about Penn State, and you think about all of the universities that Shapiro has said we need to fund more, cutbacks happening at Penn State and state-run colleges. So all of this is, I think all of these are moving parts that are not separate from one another.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think we need to watch for today.
Be interesting to see how he positions himself on certain issues and certain policies with the vision of perhaps being the Democrat nominee in 2028. Because in all likelihood, if he ends up becoming that 3 years from now, he could very well be running against the current vice president of the United States.
Well said.
So I think this goes beyond just at the state level. This is kind of, an early positioning of yourself that on the national stage.
And making national news.
Yep.
U.S. Department of Education, speaking of education, is now launching this investigation into 5 colleges. And I was looking for Pennsylvania colleges. I don't see Pennsylvania colleges on here. Specifically, Columbia University being targeted. This is over what they're saying. They're looking into so-called, and I'm quoting here, widespread anti-Semitic harassment.
Oh, so the Ivy League hatred is back.
Yes.
Okay.
But what I find interesting about this is that it's yes, Ivy League, Berkeley, some of the usual suspects, let's say, Columbia, but also Northwestern University in Chicago.
Yeah, great journalism school, Medill, right?
Yes. And another great journalism school, I think, the one I went to, University of Minnesota, Twin Cities.
Yep.
So that's another one under investigation, which is obviously U of M. That's not a private Ivy League school.
No.
Then Portland State University, University of California, Berkeley said that one. So for these 5 different students, these were those or 5 different schools, I should say. These were the universities where we had alleged anti-Semitic, bullying, the protests, but that it went as far as, these Jewish students really felt targeted by this.
I'm surprised UPenn didn't make the cut here because we obviously dealt with that here in Philadelphia with, what was it, McGill, Liz McGill, Grace McGill, whatever her name was.
And to your point, I wonder if the way that the governor and as well the city dealt with that, because remember, we were live on the air and it was in the wee hours of the morning. There you had our police commissioner even there, all of the TAC teams locally, Pennsylvania. I believe Pennsylvania State Police had some involvement, but mostly Philadelphia police were there, woke up these protesters.
They were in the tents, right?
Yes,
in the little camp
said,
setups. Yeah.
Bye-bye. Wake up and bye-bye.
Yep. It's time to go, pal.
So we have, so no, I don't see any Pennsylvania or New Jersey or Delaware universities being targeted.
Okay.
But you'll see this in the headlines, so I want to give you that heads up for sure. And then, of course, we're looking at all of the updates as far as this Northeast Philadelphia plane crash. We now know that 24 people are injured, are recovering. Mayor Sherrell Parker has been holding daily news conferences, updating us once again. So of the 24 injured, and it was initially 19, then we learned 22, and now it's up to 24 people injured. But we still have 4 people in the hospital. 2 of them are in critical condition, and the number of fatalities remains at 7, 6 on board the plane, 1 person on the ground. You could hear with Mayor Sherrell Parker when she was speaking, and she said at one point, we're very careful as to how we're reporting this. We had people on fire walking out of the fire, their cars hit and that sort of thing. And so what I infer here, the 2 people in critical condition, they're in grave condition.
I know after the news we're going to talk about tariffs specifically with Mexico, but with the residency of the deceased that were here at the hospital for the child, has the country of Mexico or the government or any Mexican official released any public statement on the deceased? Because I know, Stalker, you were thinking that shenanigans might have been at play here. Has Mexico released a statement?
Yeah, Mexicans. What are they? The president of Mexico?
Yeah,
I think she.
Claudia Sheinbaum.
Yeah, she came out and acknowledged the names and.
Okay.
At least of the family.
Okay.
I guess they did the pilots as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if they've made any public statements.
I believe that's all.
Okay.
It was just a statement on. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so we're learning more about that. The investigation continues. Another headline, Mayor Sherrell Parker announcing that, yes, she has put out the request to both the Shapiro administration for state emergency funds and as well to the Trump administration to look at some kind of federal funding for this to help rebuild. Businesses today are just finally allowed to go back into the area. And I know some of you watching and listening here on Kayal and Company are involved in some local fundraising efforts to help people recover.
Yeah.
So it's an incredible scene that looks like a war zone, as we've said. Headlining for you, because we're going to talk about it in just moments away, as far as the United States pausing the implementation of those tariffs that we've talked a whole lot about for our neighbors, Canada, Mexico. What about China? There's a whole lot of news revolving around that. The forecast. So yesterday, what a beautiful, balmy, warm day. I want to get to this forecast because it's important for all of us who come in the wee hours of the morning. So we're going to reach the high for the day, which is just 49, 50 degrees, depending on where you are. That's going to happen earlier in the day. And then we take a turn, unfortunately, with the winds blowing in and turning quite blustery by this evening. We drop like a rock. Then what they're saying is it looks like we're gonna sustain some nasty weather for the commute. So we want to watch that very carefully as a wintry mix is coming in. That's tomorrow night with the winds picking up, but it's nice. Today's a nice mild day before the colder air mass moves in. So it's tomorrow evening. That's what we really want to look for. So tonight, today 49 degrees, but then these 30-mile-an-hour winds are going to whip through, bring in a new system. So tomorrow, 35 degrees for your high.
So instead of waking up at 4:20, I'll set my alarm at 4 o'clock so I can scrape my windshield for a half hour and get the truck running.
Exactly.
You know, on second thought, work from home ideas sound like a great idea. I'd say I take back everything I ever said about remote work.
Yeah, so it's a really, Thursday morning is the day we could see quite a messy commute with that freezing, like ice and precipitation, and it's that rain ice mix.
Yeah, I hate that.
I know. It's the
either
worst.
give us nothing or give us 6 inches.
So we are sponsored this morning as we think about Eagles and we think about Nolans, and we'll talk a lot about that too coming up. But it's exciting. Everybody's wearing their Eagles pride across the city of Philadelphia, rooting for our Eagles, and it's a lot of fun.
It is really amazing. Everywhere you go, you just either Midnight or Kelly Green.
Here's my question about this: do we have? There's a lot of Philly hatred around the country.
Yep.
A lot of people, a lot of areas hate the Philadelphia Eagles. However, a lot of people hate the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think the hatred, do you think the people who aren't in Kansas City or Philadelphia or the surrounding areas, do you think they're rooting for Philadelphia?
It's funny you say that.
Or Kansas City?
There's the hatred of Philadelphia, but there's the fatigue of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So it's hate versus fatigue, and it's the Swift factor. It's the Kelsey factor. I'm going to give an unpopular opinion.
Uh-oh.
A lot of people are saying because the last 2 Super Bowls, the ratings have gone off the charts the last 2 years, 23 and 24. And everybody is saying that this year, as long as it's a good game, they'll break the record for a 3rd straight year. I think the opposite. I think there's the tune-out factor of the Chiefs with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelsey, plus the Eagles' disdain. If that game is lopsided, which could very well mean the Eagles are pounding the Chiefs, because I think the Eagles are going to win. I could see the numbers being down.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, unless it's just an amazing nail biter, a cliffhanger. But then again, you're talking about history, right? Like the Chiefs are going for 3 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Even Brady didn't do that.
Yep.
So I'll be wrong on that, just like I was tariffs.
Which we'll get to next.
Yes, which we'll get to next because there's breaking news, I'll just say this morning, with what China, they're red. They're like the Chiefs, right? They're the red.
Are you saying they're a red state?
No, they're like the Chiefs, the
Yes,
Kansas
they
City
are.
Chiefs, right?
Yes,
I don't know. I was just trying to.
Andy Reid's like the Xi Jinping of the AFC. I've had it with him.
91 LSXer says folks who don't live in the Casey, Philly metro area are rooting for a meteor.
Yes.
That is so funny.
Brother.
Oh, my gosh.
We need to meet one day.
Yeah.
Yes. Amen. We are sponsored. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring Kayal Company News Live with so much breaking, so much developing today. You know, at American Heritage Credit Union, they can help boost your savings. Just choose a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or a 9-month certificate at 4.15%. So just visit them, AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. It happened much sooner and faster than I ever thought it would. Kayal Company, we're back after this. Stay right there.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com, and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Ooma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Meet Nick Kayal and Dawn Stenzelin at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and hand-make 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
College sports hold a mythic place in American culture, but sometimes the drama off the court overshadows the action on it.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything, including some of the biggest scandals in college sports. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
As
as I was saying.
Oh, yeah, it's Kayal and Company. The cut sheet inching closer here on a Tuesday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I am a very curious individual. I am willing to criticize and question anybody. Doesn't matter if I'm a fan or if I despise the other side. And I'll give credit where credit is due. I was mildly skeptical on the ability to force other nations to bend the knee. And I was questioning Trump's methodology with the tariffs yesterday in the Big Take. And I said verbatim, Trump, do not cost me an extra $1,100 a year. I'm not having that, and it looks like we are going to avoid the likelihood of that happening, at least on the two fronts, that being Canada and Mexico. As I said yesterday in the Big Take, I thought Canada and Mexico would bend the knee. I just didn't think they would both happen six hours apart. So credit to Dawn for getting this one correct. We will see what happens with China. Mexico comes out, and they agreed to deploy 10,000 troops to the U.S. border in exchange for the tariff pause. That was the conversation that was had between Trump and Mexico President Claudia Sheinbaum. Trump posting a long tweet, or post, I should say, on Truth Social, saying that he spoke with her. We're going to get 10,000 Mexican soldiers on the border, and in exchange, America will do a better job of preventing firearms from working their way through the southern border and going to Mexico. And then, 4, 5, 6 hours roughly later, Justin Trudeau comes out and he puts out his post on social media as Trump and Trudeau agree to pause tariffs on Canada in exchange for more border enforcement, which will also include another 10,000 individuals and personnel, as they are calling it, for border protection. So that's great. We've got an additional 20,000 on top of the Americans that are there that Trump deployed very early on in week one, as we are now in day 2 of week 3. So it looks like all of that is averted. We talked about the products, the supplies, the costs, the percentages on the tariffs, and the third piece to the puzzle, the Daily Caller is where I'm reading this from. Headline, it's only been 2 days since Trump's China tariffs dropped, and Beijing already, quote, wants to make a deal. They are citing sources that were originally reported from the Wall Street Journal. So, Dawn, your moment of sunshine, your victory lap, as you said. But were you surprised that it happened that quickly?
Nope.
Not at all.
No, I just think China. So one of the headlines, even though I think China gets Trump more than anybody. I do. I think Xi gets Trump and Trump gets him, and that's a good thing. Not that they're buddies, but I think that Trump scares the heck out of our southern and northern neighbors, those leaders.
Yeah.
And so I think they thought, holy, he's not messing around, because it's not, and it's a lie to call this a trade war. And so people, the media called it a trade war. All the headlines, trade war. It's not about trade. That's not what this is. It's we get the raw deal. It's about the fact that these countries are allowed to just traffic all of this hot mess right into our living rooms in America, across America. Drugs and the human trafficking. We're the kids. We're the 350,000 or 500,000. We're the trafficked kids or the missing children. Still don't know where the kids are. And so good. Mexico came back and said, oh, yeah, well, you guys have let guns come into our country, so help us out. Now it changes that culture, and I think that's fantastic, because now our neighbors, we're all working together. With China, one of the headlines, China strikes back. So they're saying, oh, yeah, you want to give us 10% more tariffs? Well, American cars, pickup trucks, coal, oil, Calvin Klein, Google, anything else. But the fact that they're specifically putting like pickup trucks, coal, and oil, I mean, that's Trump's wheelhouse, right?
Yeah.
So they know the language. It's all about the deal. It's a negotiation. China's being tougher.
To your point,
this is what's going on.
I think, and you said, they're not buddies. But there is two different
partners. You know what I'm saying?
And there's two different ways you can govern or you can rule, if you want to use the word rule. I think when Trump looks at Trudeau, I mean, he knows that Trudeau will melt like a snow cone in Phoenix. Claudia Sheinbaum, I'm not trying to be sexist, but Trump probably is like, I can steamroll her. So you have the Justin Trudeau, Zelenskys of the world, these little squids. And then you have Xi Jinping, who underneath, the business attire and the little smirk that he always has on his face, the guy's a ruthless killer. I mean, let's call it what it is. And I do think that he and Trump both kind of have that type A alpha, the same way Putin has that same mentality that Justin Trudeau has never had and never will have. Whereas I think Poilievre is a completely different type of future leader for Canada. But I thought this was interesting because you're right. Like, China is still trying to play a little bit tough here. Beijing on Sunday denounced Trump's tariffs, stating that fentanyl was, quote, America's problem. That was according to Reuters. Notably, deaths in the U.S. involving synthetic opioids other than methadone, primarily illicitly manufactured fentanyl, rose in 2022 by 73,138. And as we know, this is trying to end the problem where it is manufactured, and that is in China, because these chemical companies that are based in China manufacture it there. It ends up getting on boats, it passes through Mexico and comes up through our country. But to sit there and imply that it's America's problem, I think is factually incorrect. I mean, and I think that's where a lot of this tariff conversation starts, and these threats, and I think they're threats, and I think it's a good threat, because Trump, and I played you the clip yesterday in the Big Take when he was at the Oval Office at his desk, and one of the reporters said, will there be further negotiations? Are you open to? And he just looked at the reporter, I think it was a female, and he just had the most stone cold stoic look on his face, and he's like, no. So to me, it's about nipping it in the bud where it starts, and it starts with China. And when you talk about it, and Tom Homan has cited the numbers, Dawn, I mean, there have been more children killed in the United States by fentanyl than all adults combined in the United States by all terrorist organizations combined. So when we talk about what is murdering Americans at a far more alarming rate than any other culpable suspect, fentanyl's the number one killer. So you have to knock it off.
Where's the fentanyl coming from? China.
It's coming from China. Yep.
But there was so China has said this, that they've said, well, why don't you get your people to stop doing drugs? Why are you blaming us? We didn't. It comes through Mexico. So there was a crackdown, and I'm forgetting the timing. I have to look it up. But there was a crackdown on China because it's coming. Obviously, it's coming from them.
Mm-hmm.
So then what they did was, basically the word is that China essentially sends the raw ingredients to Mexico,
Mm-hmm.
and they put it all together.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that China was, I'm just going to say it bluntly, China was much better at concocting the right mix that wasn't deadly.
Mm-hmm.
Once it went into the into Mexico, the problem with there was that fentanyl, it's so potent, even like a grain of salt is deadly. So the problem is they just don't have the recipe down. I'm obviously generalizing, but
Mm-hmm.
that's what I infer from talking to law enforcement about it.
Well, and how many times do we have drug busts where they say there's enough fentanyl in that guy's trunk to kill New York City, right? I mean, to your point, I mean, a little granule of it, I don't know if that's even a thing, but to your point, that can kill you. And there is personal accountability and responsibility, but what's so tragic about it, to your point, is especially when we hear these tragic stories of minors that think they're smoking marijuana and it's laced with fentanyl and they end up dying from it. They think they're just getting stoned, and next thing you know, they're 6 feet under. And that's the tragedy of all of this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary. China's not wrong. We do have an issue with, as Americans, again, we're the gluttons.
Yeah.
So they're not wrong that we don't shut this down in our country, and so we sort of wink allow it as a right of a passage into adulthood, whatever. Oh, they snuck some beer in the garage, or some pot or whatever.
Yep.
But the problem is that this fentanyl, it's just so potent, it's so powerful. And is that then the answer to, as we wait for Governor Shapiro to deliver his State of the State address and talk about recreational marijuana being legal? Obviously, it would not be for underage people, but we all know the trickle-down impact of that.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of tariffs, Mexico, and even beer, coming up on the cut sheet in just a couple of minutes, Chuck Schumer with a bottle of Corona. Oh, this went viral yesterday. Speaking of trade wars, we'll get into that as we continue. It's a Tuesday morning. What's on the cut sheet? You will find out coming up next as we are about to hit it right on time. For the first time, perhaps even in 2025. So I'm just going to shut up. Let's get to it next. Stay right there.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Hey Philly, this is Tom Bucks, General Manager of Tasty Baking Company. On behalf of Tasty Cake, I want to wish our team good luck in New Orleans. Be sure to have your favorite Tasty Cake treats like candy cakes and crimpets on hand as you cheer the Birds onto victory. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes. Go Birds!
You know you've been testing fade, ignoring those home repairs. Start 2025 off right and call PJ Fitzpatrick to the rescue. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars on costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them on the web at trustpj.com. They'll save you some cash and they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
It's no secret that baby boomers are living longer than ever before and are placing a priority on being happy and healthy. Unfortunately, many lack the vital part of healthcare planning, long-term care. Sobering statistics from the government show that close to 70% of all baby boomers will use a long-term care facility for an average of 3 years at a cost of over $300,000. Not planning for long-term care is denying yourself a comfortable transition in the final stages of your life and expenses that will impoverish most estates. Fortunately, in recent years, programs have become available where long-term care coverage can be obtained without ever paying annual premiums. Therefore, if you didn't use it, you don't lose it. It's called asset-based long-term care. Now here's how it works. By leveraging an asset, such as a savings account or an investment account, when long-term care is needed, the asset chosen to be leveraged will balloon to more than 3 times the original asset value. For example, a husband and wife at 65 years of age transfers $100,000 of one of their investment accounts into an asset-based long-term care contract. That $100,000 immediately becomes from day one approximately $460,000 of long-term care benefit for both husband and wife when needed. For individuals, the $100,000 would become approximately $550,000. Perhaps the most attractive part of asset-based care is receiving the care in the comforts of your own home. This is what experts call aging in place, staying in the comfort of your own home and assuring yourself a comfortable transition in the final stages of your life. It also allows your loved ones to have more of an opportunity to visit you because you're home. Should a need not arise for asset care, your beneficiaries would receive the remaining contract value. These types of contracts are more liberal with health conditions than traditional contracts, and age is a determining factor for benefits. By taking these steps now, not only will it be less expensive at your current age, but will also protect your surviving spouse and the estate that took you a lifetime to accrue as well.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Oh yeah, Stocker's got the jukebox fired up on a Tuesday morning. Still ahead, Joe Biden goes Hollywood. Maha Moms and Republicans are back on board with the National Football League. But I'm going to get right to it because I haven't been this on time in months, maybe years. 7:46, technically only a minute late. Let's kill the jukebox and let's fire up what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring the ever-important Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. So yesterday, I know this has been covered many places, but I want to get to it first because then we have an update on this because Tom Homan responded to it last night. So yesterday, it was reported that New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy kind of alluded to the fact that he may be harboring a migrant in his home.
I don't think he alluded, Greg.
He kind of said, I'm not going to get into specifics, right?
Harboring fugitives.
But not in the house. It's over the garage.
Yeah.
Which we can have fun with that.
Yeah, it's like Al Cowling saying, I got OJ with me, but he's in the back seat.
You know.
Yeah, he's not in the passenger seat.
New Jersey, we don't want her in the main house because, you know, it's got to be like over the garage.
All right, let's roll what he said, and then there's an update with Tom Homan. Roll it.
Okay.
About, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
Oh,
wow.
Well, good luck to the feds. By the way, above the garage? That sounds very inhumane to me, Dawn. It's cold out
Doesn't
there.
it sound a little,
elitist?
Racist or elitist?
Yeah.
Like, well, she can vacuum the house.
We
and
keep
then,
the Mexicans out
yeah,
back.
right?
They
I
don't
mean,
come to the main corridor.
She's not. Yeah, she's not in the. In the guest bedroom.
What an asshat he is. Now, you said you were talking about this, I guess, in the second hour of your show yesterday.
I give Dan Borowski. He saw it.
Okay.
So I think this. When did the story break? But
I don't
Dan,
know. It's not important.
Yeah,
let's talk about the story. Thank you.
So the story is that we know that Homan has basically said, Tom Homan, the border czar, has basically said, made my day. He has said it to various governors, including Arizona's governor. And so he said, if you're caught violating federal law and harboring a fugitive, they could arrest you.
Yeah, there's no sanctuary status in Phil Murphy's private residency.
No.
This is not, and we've talked about it from the school element. We've talked about it from the prison element. You can't go into the correctional facilities and, basically yank out a prisoner behind bars. You have to wait until they're out there, on the street, so to speak. But now, unless legally I'm off base here, and I could be, so if anybody wants to fact check me, I have no problem with that. There's no, way that if Tom Homan and ICE showed up at Phil Murphy's garage or whatever place he's talking about, there's nothing he can do. ICE could legitimately just walk right in there.
Well, no, they have to have a warrant.
Well, obviously, yes.
They can obtain a warrant, but he just gave them probable cause. They
just gave the location.
They can take actually, Greg Stocker's what's on the cut sheet could actually be presented in court, Your Honor. Your Honor, I present to you Greg Stocker's
be the greatest publicity we ever had.
Yes. And, well, here's probable cause provided by Greg Stocker's cut sheet. Play it, and then they say that's the basis of our warrant.
Yeah.
He's harboring an illegal individual, he states.
We saw that. We saw ICE in Boston going right into houses. Just because Murphy's the governor doesn't mean that ICE can't walk into his, abode.
Well, but they're doing everything by the book, so they do have and will have warrants.
Mm-hmm.
And so you do have to have a search warrant. All U.S. laws are applicable, and even those arrested during these raids, of course, everyone gets due process, even if you're here illegally in this country. So Murphy, they're not going to bust into somebody's home or business. They do, by law, have to have that warrant.
I mean, look, this is fine by me. If this is the way the Democrats want to continue to thumb their nose at what the American public in vast majority voted for and against their policies, keep doing it. It's only going to continue to tank your favorability ratings. I mean, this was arguably, if not 1A, 1B, the number one issue this past election. And you have the Murphys of the world or the Brandon Johnsons or some people out on the West Coast, whether it's mayors or governors that are of the Democrat Party, just make my day, tough guy. Okay.
Also, the legal implications of this, too, if you have somebody living at your residence and you are paying them, you can't pay somebody who's not here legally. You can't write them a check or
what about an IOU?
Put them on the payroll. You have to pay them under the table, right?
Which is also
so there's implications in that too.
Yes.
Tom Homan addressed this yesterday. This is cut 18, Phil. He seems to indicate that he may arrest Governor Murphy.
That would be good. That would be epic.
Yeah, I think he was on Hannity's show last night. Roll it, Phil.
Let me read a headline to you. Chicago leaders encourage residents to exercise their rights in resisting Trump's deportation policies. The governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy, basically admitted that he knew somebody that didn't have full documentation, that he was hiding over his garage.
But there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
Your comment on all of that?
I think the governor's pretty foolish saying what he said, because I got note of it. Won't let it go. We'll look into it. And if he's knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien, that's a violation of Title 8 United States Code 1324. I would seek prosecution, or the secretary would seek prosecution. So maybe he's bluffing. If he's not, we'll deal with that. And as far as suing sanctuary cities, well, get in line, because the Trump administration is going to do that already. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. There's one example, right? If the young sanctuary cities in New York City, if they would have gave us over the killer of Laken Riley when he got arrested in New York City for endangering a child, he would have been in jail, and he would have never killed Laken Riley. Sanctuary cities are responsible for deaths of thousands of young children throughout my career, and we're going to sue him. We're going to hold him. And look, if he's got to go to the Supreme Court, that's what President Trump wanted to do. He will end sanctuary cities.
Great response from Tom Homan. I think there's one of two ways you can respond to Phil Murphy's ridiculous, or as Homan said, foolish statement. You could sit there and take the high road if you're Tom Homan and say, I'm not playing your political game. This isn't about politics. This is about the federal law and the safety and security of Americans. Or you could call him on his bluff and do exactly what he said by citing title whatever, article blah, blah, 1324. But, I mean, here's the thing. My guess is Phil Murphy's probably not harboring an MS-13 or a cartel member. It's probably somebody that's lower down the totem pole on Tom Homan's, list of most dangerous to least dangerous. So Homan probably is not going to play that game. But if he did, would anybody criticize him? I mean, Phil Murphy, you're playing politics. You're basically Arnold's make my day. Okay. Well, if they show up, I don't want to hear from the media, because the governor basically called out Tom Homan and said, go ahead and try it.
Well, under federal law, if true, if he's harboring somebody that knowingly that this person's illegally in this country, then Murphy, even the First Lady of New Jersey, I mean, not that I think this would happen, but they could, if they serve the warrant, if they discovered this person there, they could certainly face a fine or jail time. But I will also say this, there is locally an Assemblyman, Eric Peterson, he called out Murphy, and he suggested that at the very least, local authorities should check on women's safety. He said, quote, Murphy let women on his own soccer team, remember this, suffer in terrible conditions, and now he wants us to believe he's suddenly acting out of kindness. It's about power, political theater, and maybe cheap labor to clean his mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Referring to back in the day when they had a sky blue, women's soccer team that he owned.
You know what? I'm changing my measured take. I'm going to throw in a hot take here, and I don't care. You know what? Go get him. Go in and prosecute. Go arrest. Do whatever you have to, because you know what? I was thinking about the whole fighting fire with fire concept and the weaponized DOJ and all the politics in the government. After the last 4 years, you know what? Send a message to Phil Murphy. Send a message to the state of New Jersey, and let that reverberate throughout Chicago, Illinois, and Los Angeles, California, and every other blue hellhole. Do it. Just set them. You know what? It's not enough to go on Hannity and do the media tour. It's not enough to keep tweeting out the ICE stats every day. It's not enough to do the ride-alongs like This Is Cops with Tom Walsh, with Kristi Noem wearing the cowgirl hat. Go out there and say, you know what? F around and find out. Let's do it. Why not? Because it's not, in theory, it's not retaliation. It's not weaponized government. This is actually a violation of federal law. So you broke the law, not politics. And oh, by the way, you wanted to, flap your... By the way, Murphy, red sneakers with red socks. Did you notice that?
But I will say this. I think that what he risks here, I don't know what the heck he was trying to make. He hasn't been in the headlines for a while, so I guess he was just headline hungry. But I think that, some of these ICE operations are also, for example, at the car wash here in the Philadelphia area. A piece of that was looking at the employer. That's what is coming out of this.
Punish those people, too.
That they were saying that these were illegal individuals who were being taken advantage of. And so this, be careful, because as far as the Murphys go, if this is investigated and they say, who is this? First of all, why would anybody use a woman like this as a pawn? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I think that's bizarre to me, that you would just... you throw this woman under the bus and say, knowing that there's a potential that they get a warrant and then she's taken out of this country. So
It's almost like he wants her gone.
Yes. It's like bizarre.
Take that, Tammy.
So that's bizarre. And this could really be turned, if this is a person who's trying to go through the process legally.
Yeah.
This could be turned upside down to say, look at you guys wanted to use this poor woman as a pawn.
Yep.
She was trying to do something legally. Now I don't know. It's just weird and icky.
Here's my theory that I have absolutely no evidence to back this up, but it's fun for radio. I'm just guessing here. Maybe Murphy is, having a little thing.
Stop.
And then
like a Doug Emhoff,
once
the nanny thing.
Once they're out of the country because she's blackmailing him, and it's like, look, come get her. She's on top of our garage.
I don't need her name, but I will need a visual confirmation to confirm your theory.
Consuela.
That's a sin. Now, I also think people are assuming this individual is Mexican, but did they confirm that the person who Murphy identified, he identifies as a woman, but she could be Swedish.
Could be.
She could be
Middle Eastern.
She could be
Asian.
Eastern European, Mexican, African, Haitian. We don't know who this, but we know it's a woman.
Right, and think about how many nations have been represented coming up through our southern border illegally.
It's true.
Bill Maloogian, he's done the interviews. Where are you from? And they just rattle off the countries.
So we don't know the country that this person is from, but we know that he says he has an quote-unquote immigrant living over the garage.
I'll take Ecuador for $200, Alex.
Yesterday, Chuck Schumer claims that President Trump's tariffs will raise the prices on beer because most of it comes from Mexico. He's a beer connoisseur, I can see.
He's a grill master, too.
And he brought in props.
Oh, yeah.
He brought in guacamole. Yeah. No. I think this is a lime. Was it a lime or a guacamole? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but they both go well with the Corona.
Roll it.
Let's just take Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes, let's.
It's going to affect beer.
There's a Corona.
That's a 24-ouncer.
Most of it, Corona here, comes from Mexico. It's going to affect your guac.
There it is.
There's the avocado. What is guacamole made of? Avocados.
Yeah.
Both from Mexico.
Yeah, by the way, have you ever...
What a stupid son of a bitch he is.
Have you ever tried to make your own guac? It is an arduous task.
Yeah.
Peeling those avocados, busting them up. And by the way, I think Corona is actually made in Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah,
I mean, not really like
stop with this.
Mexican.
Stop with this. Most Mexican, most beer is made from Mexico.
Yeah.
Please give me a break.
Yeah, the guy that also put cheese on his frozen burger on the 4th of July. And you know what? My biggest observation is this. I mean, old Democrat fossil using props like this doesn't just go to show you how to touch Democrats are.
Yep.
I mean, I can't believe it's the Republicans that are more tech savvy and modernized in 2024. I mean, I would expect an old 75-year-old Republican to pull out a Corona can.
Yep.
Not a Democrat that's supposed to be, relating to Gen Zers.
Well, what did he do before? Remember he tried to grill? And then
the burger was frozen.
We played this earlier. I want to play it again for the people that tune in for the cut sheet here, tune in late. This is cut 20 here. We talked about the Trump signing an executive order to create the U.S. Sovereign Wealth Fund. I'm not going to play the whole thing like we played earlier. I'll just play a little bit of it where he has, what's his name, Lutnick, and discussing what this sovereign wealth fund will do. A lot of people speculating they're going to use it to buy TikTok. Roll it, Phil.
This is an executive order. Discharges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation of an American sovereign wealth fund.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you're seeing that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth, the people, my predecessors. We're creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
Yes, sir. There's a
very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We're going to put the assets to work, and I think it's going to be very exciting. We're going to study best practices that's done around the world. It'll be a combination of liquid assets,
corporate
assets that we have in this country as we work to bring them out for the American people.
All right, there you go.
We'll come back to the serious commentary on this in a moment because we did spend a lot of time in the 6 o'clock hour on it. But have you noticed that Trump's executive orders that he signs is basically a political version of what's on the cut sheet? They introduce the order, and then he comments and riffs on it, and then other people comment on it, and then they move to the next one. And then also, did you see the big box of Sharpies that he has there?
Yes.
It looks like a box full of like high-end cigars, just like it's like his cigar stash. But you had Bussen and Lutnick. We played you Lutnick in the 6:30 segment there. And this, to me, feels like a vehicle to get to the point where you have enough revenue and enough assets and you've generated enough financial liquidity to purchase TikTok. Because I go back to and this is what I said in the 6 o'clock hour, I go back to what Elon Musk had said with others that were supposedly lining up to buy TikTok. And Elon said that they didn't have the assets. Remember, Elon spent $44 billion on X. TikTok is worth far more than that. It's probably worth $100 billion. So if this is a vehicle to purchase TikTok, okay, I just do not want the government as a partner or the official platform of TikTok. Right?
You're okay
with
this?
Can't be in bed together.
You're okay with this as a vehicle to purchase TikTok?
As long as it does not lead to the suppression of speech, which the report from Fox of all places was that TikTok was censoring anti-Trump commentary, which we cannot have.
The government cannot be. And again, this is all new. This is all speculation. We don't know any of this.
Right.
We know that they've signed an executive order for this sovereign wealth fund, which on its face doesn't necessarily look like a bad idea. However, I am not for the government having any control, any say, any sort of ties to TikTok. None.
Remember, all of this.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Don.
All of this requires congressional approval. So the executive order is that they get this under. Here's the team. They get this underway. But to everything I've looked at here, it still requires congressional oversight.
You think those lapdogs are going to do anything different? Come on.
I don't know. If there's Republicans that are very pro-Trump but also very pro-First Amendment and free speech,
they're not going to go against him.
We'll see.
They're not. They're not.
I would have no problem if they did. I will not criticize anybody that's against that because you can't be against Meta influenced by the Biden administration over censorship of Hunter Biden's laptop and then be on board with Trump's government purchasing TikTok. That makes you a hypocrite.
Agreed.
So that's my point. It's like, okay, and maybe I didn't clarify enough. Like, I'm with you, Greg, as far as I want zero involvement of the government having any say of social media. I just don't want the censorship. I want negative Trump comments out there. Makes for good content for me.
But I will say that as far as social media, we have to start looking at social media as just another media stream. In other words, we have the FCC that we're licensed.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the overlord.
So you
overlord that
those creeps.
You want social. So you want social media regulation via Brendan Carr and the FCC.
Well, I think here's the thing. I think streaming and social media are becoming the same or replacing the so-called.
You're correct.
Legacy media,
Yes.
right?
Oh, absolutely.
So then you could say it's unequal, Greg.
So
it's unfair that Joe Rogan doesn't have the FCC and we do, right?
Well, in what regards?
Unfair and
cursing or being able to talk about whatever you want to talk
They
about.
have to pay the license.
There's nothing. I don't disagree with you, Don. There's nothing stopping Nick Kayal, Don Sensel, and Greg Stocker from going and working for Spotify and doing our own thing. Like we're not beholden to be here. If we're going to be here, yes, we have to abide by the FCC's regulation. I just don't want another faceless, nameless bureaucratic agency that controls some sort of like the FCC. A bunch of people that we don't elect tells us what is decent and what is not decent.
But
you know what I mean?
I would say this though. I mean, to me, there's no we are not under any other than certain naughty words that we cannot say on the radio as a commercial operation, I mean, it's not like we're restricted. I mean, this is a free speech station. Never once have I been said a topic is off limits. I mean, hell, we talked about who's purchasing up, our debt as a company because we felt like we had to take it head on. So to me, and you could sit there and say, well, Rogan and those guys, they get to curse. And I have a foul mouth.
Me too.
And I would love to curse, but truth be told, I don't think cursing adds anything to our presentation.
No, it certainly does.
You think so?
I'm kidding.
I mean, look. I don't think you should be offended if I was allowed to drop F-bombs. But if you don't like that sort of language as you're, religious Christian or whatever, I get it. I can make my point without being a moron.
But as long as you conjugate it properly as a verb.
Well, I will never conjugate correctly, Dawn. Ever.
Touche.
It's my brand.
But getting back to the government regulating of social media, because it is actually now the new media. I mean, like, that is just that's a scary place to be. You know what I mean? Like we need social media as the as the checks and balances now, because God knows our government's not going to do it,
or the journalists in the mainstream won't,
or our elected officials aren't going to do it. So we need checks and balances against the government, no matter who it is, no matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat. We need somebody in there. We need the people's voice to be able to speak out against injustices.
I agree.
And that's not going to happen if the government has any say in it. I'm just saying.
Yep.
And so the devil lies in the details. What did we earlier this morning when we talk about the Trump surprise effect? How did Trump win in 2016? Nobody saw him coming. How did Trump win this time? Because nobody saw him coming as far as using these streaming, relatively new frontier of media and communication to reach voters. And so this is where, if this requires congressional approval, then do the Democrats look at this and say, aha, so if we get in there and we control these streaming areas, then we cut down this type of effect, and thus we eliminate perhaps outlier candidates.
Well, that's true, but it's also more than just Trump's ability this time around to use different avenues to get his message out. If the Democrats are saying, boy, we didn't see this coming, Trump's success on TikTok with a dumpster skit and a McDonald's drive-through skit. The other thing, if they're trying to sit there and say, why did we lose? Well, social media and new media platforms is a part of it, but the other part was the lawfare. The other part was the attempted assassinations. There are many people out there that believe the moment they started the lawfare against Trump, that was the nail in the coffin. You weaponized the government. You did the whole, quote, third world banana republic stuff. So if you want to win moving forward, maybe not weaponize government against your political opponents is a good starting point.
Yeah, I think so. My inference from Trump is looking at like Saudi Arabia, and what he looks at is the money, is the big picture. And so I know that he talked about that. We're going to our sovereign wealth fund. It's going to be the biggest. It's going to be the most. You know what I mean? It's going to be the best. We're going to exceed Saudi Arabia's. So he's looking at these sovereign wealth funds of other countries. I think China has it too, by the way, and states have it. So he's a big picture guy. So he's putting Lutnick and Bessent and others to say, you guys figure out the details, and then you'll have to get the congressional approval, and let's make a target date of 12 months. And then Trump moves on to the next executive order because he's a big picture guy. And I don't think he's involved in the minutia that we're talking about. So I don't think Trump is out to control media or control TikTok.
You can tell he has no idea what he just signed because he asked Lutnick and Bessent to explain it because he couldn't. He's like, it's this, and it's very powerful. And explain more.
Because he talked about this, Greg, though. He talked about this over the years. I've heard him before. But he might not know the minutia, to your point. All he knows is that this is a great revenue source. And so he gets his peeps to talk about the details. How does it work? How do you legally set it up? What do you need to set it up? Do you know what I mean?
Yesterday, also, the media had their hair on fire because they shut down the USAID
I love this story.
So Marco Rubio, let's start with Marco Rubio here. He came out and he says he's the new acting director of the USAID. Let's just roll a little bit of Marco,
Well, look, I mean, my frustration with USAID goes back to my time in Congress. It's a completely unresponsive agency. It's supposed to respond to policy directives of the State Department, and it refuses to do so. So the functions of USAID, there are a lot of functions of USAID that are going to continue, that are going to be part of American foreign policy, but it has to be aligned with American foreign policy. I said very clearly during my confirmation hearing that every dollar we spend and every program we fund, that will be aligned with the national interest of the United States. And USAID has a history of sort of ignoring that and deciding that there's somehow a global charity separate from the national interest. These are taxpayer dollars. And so I'm very troubled by these reports that they've been unwilling to cooperate with people who are asking simple questions about what does this program do, who gets the money, who are our contractors, who's funded. And that sort of level of insubordination makes it impossible to conduct the sort of mature and serious review that I think foreign aid writ large should have. We're spending taxpayer money here. These are not donor dollars. These are taxpayer dollars. And we owe the American people the assurances that every dollar we are spending abroad is being spent on something that furthers our national interest. And so far, a lot of the people that work at USAID have just simply refused to cooperate.
Are you currently in charge of USAID? Or are you
I'm the acting director of USAID. I've delegated that authority to someone, but I stay in touch with him. And again, our goal was to go in and align our foreign aid to the national interest. But if you go to mission after mission and embassy after embassy around the world, you will often find that in many cases, USAID is involved in programs that run counter to what we're trying to do in our national strategy with that country or with that region.
And now it runs counter to what the United States put back into office, which was ending a lot of these absurdities. I don't want to steal the thunder of Caroline Levitt because I know you have her on the cut sheet coming up, but Breitbart has a breakdown of some of the funds that have been doled out under this ridiculous concept of USAID. $1.5 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia. I don't want 1.5 million.
Hang on. Before we talk about, or before we just take this administration at face value that this is actually what's happening. Remember with the condoms in Gaza, that story was a little inflated a little bit. So are we 100% sure that this?
Wait, Greg, was $50 million given? Yes. Turns out only $7 million or less was actually condoms. There were birth control pills. There was all kinds of other stuff. So do you care? I don't care. It was $50 million in that kind of thing in that arena.
Yeah.
And the exact numbers of the condoms, I could care less.
Right. I mean, even if it's one condom used in some sort of explosive device to kill an innocent Jew, I mean, it's one too many. Because I'm of the belief in this, and I know it's a pipe dream, I get it. I'm against all this foreign aid.
Yeah, because did we give $50 million to the North Carolinians struck by the hurricane who are still living in a freaking RV standing in line for their propane, and these JAs are out there giving condoms and whatever to people in some other remote country?
FCC will grant you permission. Jackasses. You can say it.
I didn't know I could.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, Caroline. You should. You're late if you didn't drop your kid off.
Yeah,
yet,
that's bad parenting out of you. You're probably a Cowboys fan as well. I mean, we're spending thousands of dollars on transgender comic books. What the hell is that about? I don't want that in America, much less some slapnut nation. We're just and I say this as somebody who's relatively responsible with my finances. We just light cash on fire. And it's unacceptable because the only way it's justifiable is if we were living in the United States and this was this beautiful utopian society where we had every I dotted, every T crossed, we were on our A game in every facet of society, and not a human being had a complaint on earth. But since we don't, why are we spending this money? To me, this is the ideal creation of Doge. Ridiculous. A DEI musical in Ireland? I'm Irish and I'm still offended by that.
Can I say something? I'm just going to say this. When I saw this story, and I even heard Trump saying initially when it was created, maybe even during the Reagan administration, and he said initially maybe their hearts were in the right places. What I thought of was this is Elon Musk, and you know the old movie where the hero goes in and they're down in the swamp cave and they find the swamp creature's nest and they blow it up. This is the swamp creature's nest. This is the place by which they found all the loopholes and all the abilities. And yes, on its outset for its creation, well-meaning, but I think they found the mother nest. They found a place whereby they can funnel all this money. And if you look at it, immigration, U.S. citizenship, voting in elections, travel, U.S. Agency for International Development. What do they really do?
I think it's only 1% of the budget, though.
Well,
that's a huge budget, Greg. Look how big the dang budget is.
I'm just saying.
Give me 1% of the budget.
Right,
I'll
that's
be
the
the
clip.
wealthiest woman you know.
That's the clip I played in the Big Take with Margaret Brennan, where she's like fact checking. Well, it's actually only 1%. I don't care if it's 1%, 10%, or 0.1%. Why is that? And by the way, this is not partisan. So I'm not saying it has to go to North Carolina. I'm not saying it has to go to East Palestine, Ohio. But if you're going to tell me, so let's just take one element, right? $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. I would rather see that $47,000.
What's a transgender opera?
I have no idea, and I don't ever want to go. But I would rather give that $47,000 to an American in Hollywood that had their house destroyed in Pacific Palisades, even though they are probably a Democrat. Those people deserve $47,000 more than anybody in Colombia for an opera. Ridiculous.
Play Caroline Levitt, 3.
Come on, Blondie, let's go. Up and at 'em. This isn't a rest home.
USAID over the past several years, these are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do, to get the fraud, waste, and abuse out of our federal government. Thank you, guys.
I didn't hear a word she said. I was just caught up by the optics. Man, Trump has his type, doesn't he? Trump certainly has his vision for what he wants in his individuals. What a performance. So, yes, exactly what I was talking about. And the other thing with this that really is infuriating is when you call out previous administrations or you bring this up, they try to hit you back with the humanity card. And well, I thought you were, and like, no, I'm an American first individual. I don't want any of these dollars spent. It's just so, I think, irresponsible. And I think there's a vast amount of Americans that if they were aware, and some of this is on American citizens that have their head in the clouds, that have their head in the sand, that don't pay attention to this stuff. But I think if you went around and you were doing door-to-door knocking like during a campaign season, and you just went to a run-of-the-mill neighborhood in South Philadelphia or any other Democrat stronghold, and you just pulled out that sheet of paper, I mean, would that not like trigger people to the point where they would consider changing parties or going for somebody that is America first? It's astounding to me that Trump's platform, or even specifically here with Elon and formerly Vivek Ramaswamy, that they wanted to just obliterate $1 trillion in the deficit. Somebody would actually have a problem with that. When we're talking about a $36 trillion deficit, our country is on the verge of being broke, bankrupt. And look, is Elon's goal a little
how about Pentagon
optimistic?
Contracts?
Oh, yes.
Can
get
we
rid of the military-industrial complex. Absolutely.
Because you know Elon has a ton of those, right?
He should. He should get rid of them. I'd be fine with that.
I
don't want any wars.
You're talking oranges and apples because I believe that a
No,
Pentagon.
I thought you said 1%. No. It's all money that we all need. You know what I mean?
But one thing is there's more transparency. Obviously, you have to get congressional approval for the Pentagon budget. And by the way, I believe that as far as the budgets, you're talking about like nearly $68 billion. That's 1% of the federal budget. $68 billion, not for nothing, but I think that's a whole lot of money that we don't have. Did you know that? I didn't know that.
You're
Who
saying
approves of that?
1% of $68 billion?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it's the budget itself was in the so it's 1% of $6.8 trillion.
Yeah, it's $68 million.
So you think about that. I just think this is a whole lot of money that we did not have transparency, a whole lot of money that did not have that proper congressional oversight.
Military industrial complex budget by any stretch. I mean, you obviously have to have border security north of the border, south of the border. You got to have all your intelligence. You know, it's not like you're just going to strip all of it. But if Trump's able to wrap up our involvement with Russia, Ukraine, as well as the Middle East, I mean, there's countless dollars out there that do not need to be spent on the military-industrial complex, which will trigger all the war hawks, specifically on the Republican Party of old, like Lindsey Graham, the Nikki Haley's, and the ones that are pro-war now on the Democrat side.
Well, the Democrats use this as an opportunity to grandstand yesterday. Let's start with Jamie Raskin, who blasted Elon Musk for. Notice it's interesting to me. It's interesting to me that Elon Musk is getting all the headlines in this.
Mm-hmm.
Very smart by the Trump administration, I believe, to keep Elon Musk as the face of this, because then he can just keep it at arm's length, and then if it goes in a direction he doesn't like, he can just get rid of Elon Musk. And
He's the shield.
Roll Raskin.
Elon Musk, you didn't create USAid. The United States Congress did for the American people. And just like Elon Musk did not create USAid, he doesn't have the power to destroy it. And who's going to stop him? We are. We're going to stop him. Elon Musk, you may have illegally seized power over the financial payment systems of the United States Department of Treasury, but you don't control the money of the American people. The United States Congress does that.
That's right. We get to waste their money, not you.
Article 1 of the Constitution.
No, F you. I hate this guy. Yeah, I hate this guy too. Thank you.
I just want to. It's 6.75%. So we're talking about 1% of this huge budget, which is we can't even wrap our brains around this money, is $68 billion. And are you okay? Did you know about USAID? Did you know that out of this one group, they give all of this foreign money, and we never knew about it? And so they're saying also they created all these jobs. They created this bloated bureaucracy, and we never, with all these bureaucrats hired, we never knew about it. Now we know about it.
Brother, do you guys think Elon Musk will be around at the end of Trump's term?
No.
In 4 years?
No.
Well, he's
not going to be running in a year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Elon Musk, he's reportedly working like around the clock. And so I think he'll get, to be honest, I think that he'll get bored of this.
In between the 150 tweets a day he does?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
got his time where he plays video games.
He's working around the clock. He tweets more than any human being alive, including Nick Kayal.
Yeah, I really don't tweet a lot, actually, if you do the math.
He's a brilliant guy who's on the spectrum. I had a boss like this at a TV station, won't name him. These kinds of individuals are like brilliant. Their minds never stop. But I predict Elon will get bored of this. But Elon is showing us, the old saying, show me the money. Elon Musk is just revealing all of this. It's pretty amazing.
Well, yeah, and I think it's a vanity project for him. I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to move on to other things. He's the wealthiest man on the planet. Mm-hmm. Like I said all along, I thought Vivek Ramaswamy's short-lived era of being half of Doge, what he was able to accomplish, and obviously it's nothing because he was basically gone before the administration took over, what he was able to present publicly is far more impactful for the future of his career than Elon Musk. This is going to end up being kind of like a little bullet point on his LinkedIn or Wikipedia, whereas for Vivek, this is his livelihood.
Another hard human, Ilhan Omar, she took to the grandstanding. This is what she said. Cut 16, Phil.
Thank you, Senator. It is really, really a sad day in America. We are witnessing a constitutional crisis.
If she doesn't like it so much, why doesn't she go back to where she...
I agree. All the
Where's
squad
she from, Somalia or something?
Yeah, all the squad Democrats that hate America, that are here grifting and making money. To me, once again, if you don't like it, leave.
Yeah.
If you have, especially when you have the ability to leave, right?
Yeah, exactly.
99% of people, I believe, have the ability to leave where they live.
And by the way, nobody's stopping anybody from giving, their money to wherever they want to give their money to.
And
what I mean?
Who are electing these people? I understand maybe she has a following based on her, religion and faith in the district that she represents. But my God, she resonates with about 0.2% of Americans.
But, I just think when you look at this, even if, let's say you're not an expert, you just see this headline. When you see these headlines and you see who is protesting and basically losing their mind over this USAid, that tells me all I need to know. These far left progressives are freaking out because they found the funding for all of their kooky, nutty pet projects.
Money laundering.
Yes, that kick back money to them and perpetuate all this nonsense.
Mm-hmm. You can move on from her. I don't.
Trump wanting to be a dictator on day one, we are.
Here we are.
And here we are, and you lost.
Shut up.
Take your Burberry scarf and beat it.
Chucky Schumer, this is cut 7, Phil. He claims that the president... Oh, no. This is not cut 7. I just said that. Sorry. I lost my place here. Hold on.
Poor Chuck.
Everybody...
As Greg cues it up, 50 senior USAid staffers are on administrative leave right now.
Good.
He says, look, if Doge can shut down the USAid, next might be the IRS or the intelligence agency.
Oh, no.
Good God. Heaven forbid that happens. Roll it.
Also know this is just the beginning. If Doge attacks USAID today, then you can be sure they'll move on to another target tomorrow.
Yep. Good.
Who knows? Maybe it'll be the Postal Service or the IRS or even the Social Security Administration. They could be next. Or maybe our national security agencies.
Thank God.
God's honest truth. I mean, obviously the big picture here is big government versus small versus limited government versus maybe even no government. I mean, we always talk about these shutdowns. Oh, my God, the government's going to shut down if they don't strike a deal by Friday. And how many times has the government shut down? And how many times have we actually missed or felt the impact? Let me just isolate one specific example that he mentioned, the Postal Service. If the Postal Service closed today, would you give a rip?
Yes.
Yeah, stop.
Yes,
No, you
yes.
wouldn't.
But
people let their mail sit in their mailbox for 3 days. They grab it. They throw it in the trash.
Nick,
We've all moved on to Amazon.
My husband's obsessed.
Oh.
That mailman comes and
Everything's
he's like
paperless and wireless now. We pay our bills on our phone. Stop with the Postal Service. Is this 1913?
The point is, the U.S. Postal Service is pretty efficient. They're pretty good, quite frankly.
I'm not saying
my mailman.
I'm not saying I want people to lose their jobs. There are good workers out there. A lot of postal people listen to talk radio because they're driving around 8 hours a day. I get it. I totally get it. But seriously, are we really going to miss it?
Yes,
Chuck Schumer just wants to keep everything running.
I think Chuck Schumer is talking about your mail because he knows people like their mailman, or mailwoman. But I will say this: Elon, is he going after U.S. Postal Service? Did he go after them, Nick?
No, it's just fear porn.
No. So I just think it's significant. They're freaking out. They're losing their minds because Elon Musk found their treasure trove, and Elon is not going after these other agencies. He's going after one that we didn't really even know existed.
And to show how out of touch, again, Schumer is, he's peddling out the fear of, God forbid, the Postal Service close. You think Gen Z or Gen Alpha knows what the post office? If I asked my daughters, girls, where's the local post office? They'd have no idea. Again, it's really weird, the flip of the political realignment in this country, where it's guys like Chuck Schumer that are Democrat fossils using the post office as a way of politicizing fear. When, short of, our guy that sends us all this mail that nobody opens back here in our studio, I mean, who's using the post office? My father-in-law does. I'll give you that. I know one person in my circle that still uses the mailman. My father-in-law.
Wait, you don't get mail at your house? You don't get mail?
I do, but by the time you get like an invoice, you've already paid it 7 days ago on auto payment on your apps.
Okay.
It's just clutter.
I have more, but we should take a quick break real fast.
Coffee went right through me.
Oh God, it's disgusting. Really
you have more? What else you were going to say?
No. We have a ton more. I mean, there's so much more here on the cut sheet.
I love
it. One of the reporters asked Caroline Levitt about Elon Musk's background check and security clearance.
Did he clear? Did he get through?
We'll get to that
We'll
next.
find out. Kayal and Company, stay right there. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-317-2277. That's 800-317-2277. 800-317-2277.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-69 at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-1010. 800-885-1010. Again, that's 800-885-1010.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company live on a Tuesday morning as we continue. Welcome back. I made a quick trip to the post office, grabbed the book of stamps. I'm ready to go now. Able to handle all my bills that I have to put out in the mail. Speaking of that, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals. They might even have new Sharpies for Trump for executive orders with super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, you can save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends April 5th. Plus, save even more with their Easy Rewards program at Staples because I am actually a Staples customer. That's where I get my my legal pads for all my beautiful wisdom where I transcribe from the brain to the pad.
Oh, you mean, Nick, you're one of those guys that writes things on paper and print things print things out? I mean, how would you do that?
Yes.
How would you do that? What is this, 1913?
No, it's not. It's 1987.
Thank you.
Is he writing cursive?
No. By the way, I tried to do that a couple of weeks ago.
Cursive
because
writing?
they're doing it in school with my daughters.
They are?
My daughters put me to the test. They're
Wait.
like, yeah. They're like, Daddy,
Nick,
can you
that's
write
a big deal.
It is.
Because they're in a public school.
I can only do certain letters and have to be lowercase. I forget how to do the capital G in cursive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, try it one time. You'll be like, your hand will be like, yeah.
This is a thing because most public schools nowadays don't teach cursive, and we're now going to go back to that.
Yeah.
When
I write, by the way, I use all capital letters too. I don't know. Maybe that makes me a communist. I'm not really sure.
I remember you sent me a picture one time of like one of your big takes that you wrote. And
I type in
looking
caps,
at it,
yeah.
And I was like, this is like a serial killer.
Yes.
Did I hire a serial killer?
Possibly.
Have you always done that?
Well, usually it started with it would kill little animals. And
No, I will say, I mean, in news, usually it's all caps, and it's because it's in prompter.
Right.
So it's in TV news, so it's all in the right-hand column, and it's all caps.
Well, that's why the big take is in caps. Yep. That's kind of my...
part of it is you went to Temple, right? And that's part of it is your communications journalism degree.
My old man always used to write in caps, too. I noticed that. I've inherited all of his bad traits. His hairline.
It's not a
his
bad
short
trait.
lifespan.
Stop.
His penmanship.
I'm sorry.
But there is evidence.
Gallows Huber, buddy.
I know. Your parents are in heaven. They're looking out for you.
Yeah, they're laughing.
Trump yesterday again held a impromptu press conference in the Oval Office. He brought up the Ukraine. We haven't heard a lot about Ukraine. There was a clip that was going around. We didn't play it because it was in
Russian.
It was not in English. This
is a bad idea.
Of what's his name? The Zelensky talking about how like. You still owe us. The United States still owes us $100 million or $1 billion or something. And
like an entitled teenager.
Yes, exactly. You owe me. So Trump addressed the what's happening in Ukraine yesterday, and this is what he said. Roll it.
One of the problems we have with the Russia-Ukraine situation is that we want to see some equalization because we're in for close to $300 billion, and they're in for $200 billion less. Why are they in for less? Because Biden never asked them for money. He never said, you got to pay. He never did. All he did is hand out money. So we're talking with them right now, and we're actually working some deals right now, so we have some guarantees and some other things to keep that whole situation to go, really going. I mean, going. We're telling Ukraine they have very valuable rare earth. We want what we put up to go in terms of a guarantee. We want a guarantee. We're handing them money hand over fist. We're giving them equipment. European is not keeping up with us. They should equalize. And look, we have an ocean in between. They don't. It's more important for them than it is for us. But they're way below us in terms of money. And they should be paying at least equal. They should really be paying much more than us, but let's say equal to us, and they're billions and billions of dollars below. So we're looking to do a deal with Ukraine where they're going to secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things.
You know, I want to just comment on not only the availability of Trump. I mean, every single day it seems like, or darn near close to it, these impromptu pressers that are going on in between all the signing. And we always hear the phrase, you see it on TV, on the banners for the news networks, the first 100 days, right? So January 21st, you go out to April 21st. That's roughly 90 days. So when we get to the end of April, right, right before the beginning of May, forget about whether you voted for Trump, whether you like Trump, whatever it might be. When we talk about what somebody campaigned on versus what they actually said they would do and then ended up putting it and implementing it and putting it into place, forget whether or not the economy gets to where he says it will get to in due time or whatever. Are we going to look back? If you can look at this through the lens of objectivity, and I know we live in this tribal political society, has anybody accomplished or set in motion more than this guy in this term, as we are now 2 weeks and 2 days into his third term? Let's fast forward, Dawn, past Easter to the end of April. I mean, we're talking about the first 100 days. He might, in theory, have the groundwork laid out for every single thing he said he would do. Whether or not it ends up being good or backfiring, this, that, or the other thing, whether or not it gets met with resistance, you know, when it goes up for vote in the House and the Senate, and who provides pushback and all of that, the lawsuits, the judges, the illegalities, he's overstepping his power, his boundaries. I mean, it's almost like he has his own self-imposed 100-day expiration date, and it's just a sprint to the finish line, which is remarkable because we did say this is not really 4 years for Trump. Trump has about 18 months, right? Till the midterms come up in 2026. Republicans, in theory, could lose the House or the Senate, whatever it might be. I mean, I'm not, look, the last 2 days, I mean, I've been questioning and critical of Trump on certain things, you know, whether it was tariffs or, you know, purchasing TikTok. But I mean, 2 weeks and 2 days in, this is astounding what they have done. You talked about Elon Musk not sleeping. We know Trump doesn't sleep. It's, what, 4 hours a night, tops?
Well, I mean, to your point, and Linda Kearns told us about this, you know, we think of presidential elections, but we start in April 1st. We start in April with municipal elections across the country and here in the Commonwealth in New Jersey. And then, of course, Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. And so there's never a rest. And so for Trump right now to get his agenda, roll it out, because why? They all have to figure it out. And then some of this is going to be debated and Congress held accountable. Well, how are you going to vote for these things? And so that will impact the election. So for him, I think he wanted to hit the fan, get his agenda out. Everybody, now Congress has to deal with all this. It keeps them very busy. But the way, the things that they're going after force everybody, Republicans and Democrats, to take a side.
I mean, I think later today, I'm going to go back and pull up the 20-point agenda for his 2024 platform and see if there's one thing on there that has not been at least introduced in the early stages of what he said he would do. So pretty remarkable.
As far as the Trump, it's basically a barter. And again, it's what do we get out of it? It's not just, oh, yeah, Ukraine, we're going to just throw you billions of dollars out of the goodness of our hearts. No. What do we as the USAid, what do we get out of it? So the fact that they want rare minerals, I think that Ukraine's leader, Zelensky, has said he supports that. Russia is not happy, and they've been speaking out. They're not happy with this whole thing. They want an end to the war, bottom line. But in essence, they're pushing back on that this morning.
Yep.
We forgot about all the nominees too, the Cash Patels and the Tulsi Gabbards and everything. So Trump was asked yesterday about the FBI's reputation and Cash Patel. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Mr. President, on a different topic, questionnaires have been going out to FBI agents across the country who were involved potentially in the investigation. Do you believe anyone involved at any level should be fired, sir?
Well, I think the FBI was a very corrupt institution, and I'm a victim of it in a true sense. I was able to beat it, but other people have been treated horribly. I think the FBI had a great reputation. I think its reputation was really damaged badly, as is DOJ. Look at what they've done in terms of weaponization. Look at what they've done to a political opponent. Probably got me elected by what they did, or I think I was doing well anyway, but they might have got me elected. But you know what? We have to have pristine, beautiful, perfect law enforcement. And what we want to do, and Cash is the one to do it. He's the one guy that is going to do it. We have to bring the reputation of the FBI. We have to bring the fact of the FBI back to what it could be. Not even to what it was, even better than it ever was. Because who would have thought that the FBI could have been corrupted like they were corrupted? Who would have thought that would have happened? Who would have thought they would have been used to go after, political opponents, essentially, but me being the number one, and so many other things beyond that. And they've been hurt very badly, and we'll see what happens. But Cash is the one to do it, and I hear he's doing very well. Cash will straighten it out. We have great confidence that we can make the FBI great again.
You know, we are of the belief that Doge, with their set expiration of July 2026, basically an 18-month program when America turns 250 years old, is set to go away. At this rate, with the way they're exposing spending, I think Elon Musk could be done before July of 2026. But I think when we get to the end of the first Trump term 4 years from now, we're going to go back and we're going to sit there and say who really stood out, who kicked ass and took names. I think at the top of the list will be Tom Homan and ICE. But right below that will be Cash Patel. And you think about the FBI. When you say those three letters, I mean, it just elicits a response. Like you hear it and you think about Hollywood and, the FBI thriller movies and books. And then you realize what the FBI has become. Also, the prestige that used to be around the Secret Service, right? And then we realized after July 13th in Butler how the Secret Service is not buttoned up as we thought. So if there's one man that I think can achieve a decent amount of what he sets out to do, it's Cash Patel. Again, he's going to have to fight through a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of red tape. He's not going to turn the Hoover building into a museum. But I do think he is a guy that I think he's 43 or 44 years old. Another guy that has zero F's given, and that's the kind of guy that I like.
Yeah, and remember I reported earlier this week as far as the FBI. So we know that Friday night there was the reported headline last Friday night, FBI purge for top FBI officials. But now FBI agents are being asked to fill out a questionnaire, in particular about if they investigated J6. Mm-hmm. That's a headline going within the past 24
investigated
hours.
Or were involved in?
All of the above.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of reaction to that as far as the concern by even the unions saying, wait a minute, are FBI agents or law enforcement, if they were ordered to investigate something, they were assigned something, are they facing pushback or something? Or you could read that differently. You could say, are these individuals, what were they told? If you're asking them, what were you ordered to do? And perhaps, I mean, if they're just doing anonymous questioning like companies like ours, do, like they ask you questions, that's one thing. But if they're named and they're law enforcement, is there an intimidation factor here? If you're, you know what I mean? If you're law enforcement, whether it's local or state or federal, mm-hmm. and you're putting your name on a survey and you say, yes, I investigated this, are you then being intimidated?
Right. I always love
because you know what I'm saying? Because you were following orders?
I always love anonymous surveys that require your information on it. Well, if they're anonymous, why do you care who it's coming from?
Trump also addressed the USAid situation. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
The first term, though, USAid was something that you liked in some respects.
I love the concept of it.
That's a program.
Sure, I love the concept, but they turn out to be radical left lunatics. And the concept of it is good, but it's all about the people.
Mr. President.
Did I read this correctly? And I'm going to try to find it. I wish I would have actually emailed this and sent it out. Under this umbrella of USAid, they were also looking into hormone replacements for animals. And I believe this was with either dogs and or cats. I'm going to see if I can track this story down. I saw it yesterday. In regards to possible transitioning of animals. Now, I've got to find where I saw this. I thought it might have been Bloomberg, but I could be off on that. We're going to have to find that.
Wonder what PETA would have to say about that.
I know.
Is that abuse?
I mean, we're going to go. It's bad enough that you got to hear about how COVID can jump from humans to animals. Now, you got gender ideology in the pet world.
Senator John Kennedy, your favorite guy, discussed the Democrats, his Democrat colleagues, bitching and moaning about the USAid being cut off. Cut 21.
Let me say first, Sean, that it's kind of cool having a president again. Let me try to put all this in context for you.
Shut up.
I like omelets. I mean, I really like omelets. I could eat an omelet at every meal.
With grits.
I like omelets better than sex. Not really, but you get the point. I like omelets.
I don't know.
You can't make an omelet.
Hang on. This is amazing. Stop it.
I don't care. Forget. Just stop. We don't need anything else. I don't care about his thoughts. I don't care about his thoughts on aid and anything else that matters.
No, we do.
Omelets versus sex.
Yes.
Phil, put that up in the poll chat. Omelets or sex? I love them. I mean, every time we go on remote, whether we're at in Bucks County up at the. Or the Lodge. We had the omelets at the Lodge in October. You give me some spinach and a little onion, tomato, maybe a meat in there, a sausage or a bacon. Throw in a nice cheese, a little brown crust across the omelet.
Newly engaged Sean Hannity, quiet on that one. I think Sean.
Sean Ainsley, Earhart, or omelet?
I think he's going with Earhart.
All right.
I probably.
Now, President Trump ran for office saying, I'm going to review every single penny in the federal budget. Now, how are you going to review the spending in the federal budget without reviewing the spending? And that's what Mr. Musk is doing. Now, many of my Democratic colleagues and some of the tofu-eating wokarati at the USAID are screaming like they're part of a prison riot because they don't want us reviewing the spending. But that's all Mr. Musk is doing, and he's finding some pretty interesting stuff. To my friends who are upset, I would say with respect, call somebody who cares. They better get used to this. It's USAID today. It's going to be Department of Education tomorrow. And really, here's what's going on. For 4 years under President Biden, the people in charge ask one simple question. Who needs to pay more in taxes? Who needs to pay more in taxes? Well, that's not the question that the Republicans and President Trump are going to ask. Our question is, what the hell happened to the money?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all that's going on.
It's a great point. All we heard was Biden, I want billionaires and corporations to pay their fair share, pay your fair share. Well, let's look at the money that you are scooping up and where it's going. And now, like Dawn said, we've basically opened up the box and we can look at the books. This is like the ledger in the Untouchables. Once you got Al Capone's ledger, you realized what was going on and it blew your mind, right? And the amount of waste is just unbelievable. There's so many. I mean, let's just focus in on one because we're about 6.5, 7 weeks away. Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon's coming up. Just imagine if you took some of that money that was wasted on all those silly things like Irish operas that were spending money, and we just took care of some of our homeless vets that actually served our country. Just take. Do you know the good work that we could do with just a couple $100,000 for veterans in just this listening area? We just waste it all.
All right, that's where we should break and come back after this.
Omelets and sex, huh? I'll tell you what. If I ever get to host the Pints in Politics, John Kennedy's got to be the guy. I think that would be the most hilarious one we could possibly do. Definitely not Hannity, though. 855-839-1210, Kayal and Company. Hour number 4 on the way. We're going to get to a Dawn Stenzel Big 3. And also I have these 2 stories that I teased that we have to get to. Suburban moms are now threatening senators if they do not confirm RFK Jr. Don't mess with Maha Mamas. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has been building a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and such care. From custom cabinets, which they do in-house, local company, everything is done here, to the countertops, backsplashes, to the all-important storage solutions. Kitchen Magic, they get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you. Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Looking for a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old company, employee-owned in Philadelphia, is hiring. Now looking for sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn. Day or night shifts, and our employee stock ownership program where you become an owner. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply today at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
WPHT, WPHT, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hers has been rooted in Philly for nearly 8 decades, so you know they're riding with the birds. Remember to stock up for this Sunday, because a game this big needs even bigger flavors. From Hers to the birds. Good luck down there. Hers, rooted in Philly.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
I'm Greg Devin, CEO of Independence Blue Cross. At IBX, we understand this city and what makes Philly so great. For more than 85 years, we've been proud to call Philadelphia our home, and we're proud of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, February 8th at noon. Find out about important issues affecting you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon.
free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
We'll be fighting in the streets with our children at our feet.
904, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Meineke. When you step on those brakes, are you hearing a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. Big day tomorrow as well. Not only will Tony Bruno join us at 8:30, but it's the first Wednesday of the month, which means our 1210 WPHT Window Nation Veteran Spotlight. So that'll be coming up just about 24 hours from now. We'll get to a big three, our morning mystery movie clip, today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, maybe a couple of more cuts before we get out of here. But two stories that I want to get to, and we'll get to the Maha Moms coming up here in just a moment. But I do want to start with the NFL and the Republican Party. Well, a very interesting story as some data points are out to kind of back this up. A new study from Morning Consult, and this story was written by Outkick. The NFL has finally regained Republicans after the favorability was lost during the Colin Kaepernick kneeling saga of 2016 and 2017. Now, if you recall, that was right at the beginning of the Trump presidency, and Colin Kaepernick was the quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, I believe at the time, under head coach Chip Kelly, former Eagles head coach, and the NFL suffered double-digit ratings declines for multiple years. But now a new study from the Morning Consult all but confirms politics were responsible for the decline. Significantly, a significant number of Republicans stopped watching the NFL in 2016 as well as 2017, but have since slowly returned. Now, there are still the political social messages in the NFL on TV with commercials, on the back of helmets with the stickers, and the paint in the end zone of most NFL, if not all NFL stadiums. But they write, heading into the Super Bowl, the NFL has finally regained favorability. They write the following. The NFL has set all-time viewership records in back-to-back seasons as well as back-to-back Super Bowls, averaging 115 million in the 2023 Super Bowl, as well as 124 million in the 2024 Super Bowl. And what will be interesting to see is how the ratings play out for this game. We mentioned earlier the hatred of Philadelphia in general, not just Eagle fans, but the city of Philadelphia gets a bad reputation. And then you have the Chiefs fatigue. But very interesting because I have had tweets countless times. We've taken calls that there are some people that claim, I haven't watched the NFL in close to a decade because of the political messaging, the social justice, the Kaepernick kneeling. And, you know, I was against all of that, specifically when Kaepernick had the police officer socks that depicted cops as pigs. That was, as somebody that, as you know, is very pro law enforcement, that infuriated me. But we're at a point now where if you are not back on board with the NFL, that's your right. I understand. You still have some social justice nonsense messaging. And I think, you know, you have a right, especially because sports are supposed to be the ultimate distraction. We don't want to be lectured politically or socially in our sports, in our entertainment. in our music. We don't want our pop artists or our country artists, when they're accepting an award, to start talking about Gaza or LGBTQ rights at a Grammy Award. I mean, I think I've been consistent with this for well beyond 10 years now, ever since this started to permeate its way into other venues outside of politics. I said, one of two things has to happen. Either everybody's allowed to voice their political, social views in avenues that typically you don't expect to see them, or all of it should be off limits. It can't be a one-way street where only left-wing views are espoused and shared, yet right-wing views are censored, silenced, and punished, or dare I say even canceled. But I would really find it hard to believe, if you love the NFL, if you love football, if you specifically love the Philadelphia Eagles, and they are in Super Bowl 59 in 5 days, and let's say you were that guy in 2016 and 2017 that stopped watching, totally fine with that. You're really not going to watch on Sunday? Eagles in the Super Bowl, chance to stop the Kansas City Chiefs from a three-peat, get the second Super Bowl in Eagles history. Franchise has been around in the Super Bowl era since 1960. We have one Super Bowl. You're not going to watch because of social justice messaging in the end zone? I find that to be very, very skeptical. I do not believe people when they say that. I really don't. You can get mad. You can call my bluff. I'm kind of calling your bluff. But it looks like the NFL has bounced back. If the Morning Consult poll is correct, that the NFL is now in the net positive favorability numbers with Republicans, that most, if not all, have gone back to perhaps the passion that they love the most, more than anything. And you don't get a ton of it in baseball. You don't get a ton of it at all, really, in hockey. The NBA is the one sport. They've lost 50% of their television ratings since 2012. Some of that's the product. Some of that's the social media left-wing commentary. But very fascinating that football fans, Republicans specifically, are back on board. I just met with Tom from Percy at King Shooter Supply. He still has his beard dyed Kelly green. He's still wearing the Cooper DeJean jersey that he wore on Inauguration Day. I'm not sure he's taken it off in 13 days. Might need to give that a little rinse through the washing machine, I'm just saying. Dawn, do you really believe there are Republicans out there that were turned off that still haven't come back to the NFL?
Sure.
You really believe that?
Yeah.
Why?
I just think people are fed up with the infection of things that used to be, we thought were immune from this. And I think people are just sick of it.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wired differently. Like, I don't want to hear Bruce when he gives me Kamala Harris political campaign messaging, but I will still listen to Bruce on the radio or on my playlist. Maybe I'm different. Maybe
Bruce
I can.
who? No, I'm kidding.
Well, you know who.
I'm teasing.
Give me a little Bruce coming back next break, Stocker.
I will not.
All right. Thank you very much.
With Bruce Springsteen, the funny thing is, I do wonder about his popularity, because I think people thought that he stood for the working man. I mean, that was his whole thing. That was his shtick.
Stocker out of that in 1985.
And so, did he betray that? Did
Yeah.
people feel betrayed? I mean,
Okay.
I think some people do feel betrayed.
Interesting.
I think we've been through a tough time, and I think people's eyes have been opened.
See, I would be punishing myself. Like, I would go through withdrawal symptoms. Maybe it's because I love sports. Even though I don't watch sports like I used to, God's honest truth, I only watch three things anymore: the NFL, college football, and PGA Tour golf. I don't watch the NBA. Sixers have killed my interest. I don't watch hockey. Hockey blows. Baseball's too long of a season. Now, playoff baseball, the Phillies, I'm in, but I'm not watching games in May and June every single night at 7:05. And a lot of it had to do with issues beyond politics. But I just, if you're an Eagle, I would honestly, if you truly are not watching the NFL anymore and you're an Eagles fan, I would love to hear from you. And do you plan on ever going back to it? Or did that moment just kill it for you in general? 855-839-1210. All right, now I got to get Dawn's thoughts on this. This is a tremendous story. So Outkick has a story called Suburban Moms Threatening Senators If They Don't Confirm RFK Jr. Tread lightly, Maha moms not to be messed with. This is right up your alleyway. Now, the writer of this I know personally. His name's Zach Dean. And he wrote the following. He said, look, I'm not one to give political advice, but I do know a little bit about life. Marriage, parenthood. I have 2 kids. I've been married nearly for a decade. No, I did not write this myself, folks. He says, my wife is insane when it comes to keeping our kids healthy. He writes, a seed oil has not been on the inside of his house since 2022. God forbid I try to sneak in a sip of unfiltered water. Oh, you like the taste of fluoride toothpaste? Think again, buddy. Bring it back now. You want to know the last time I ate beef that wasn't grass-fed? I don't even want to tell you because I'm embarrassed by it. I think Obama was still in office. Point is, my wife is very much pro-Maha, pro-RFK Jr., pro-Bobby, pro-making us all less fat and disgusting. And she's not alone, not even close. Suburban moms love RFK. Love them. My wife hates politics, despises everything about them. You want to know the only time she's ever turned on the news? When Bobby Kennedy took the stand earlier this week for his Senate hearing. She was locked in. Anyway, he writes, I say all of this to say this. Head on a swivel, rhino senators. If you don't confirm RFK Jr., heads will spin. Dawn, your thoughts on the Maha moms out there? Because I feel like that this is a very, very palpable and vibrant base of people out there that probably know on a scale of 1 to 10, their interest or knowledge of politics is headlines at best and might not even know what Bobby stands for economically or with the military-industrial complex or censorship. They just know that he's a thorn in the side of pharma and food. Do you think that this is maybe, and we've been, and I'm going to ask you this as well, we've been trying to figure out what impact Bobby had, what impact Elon Musk had, what impact Tulsi Gabbard had in this past election. Do you think that the Bobby Kennedy health thing was single-handedly enough to get people to vote for Trump? Because if you listen to this column from Zach Dean at Outkick, he thinks that the moms out there and making sure that little Johnny and little Abigail aren't putting red dye 5 in their body is a big base out there. You talk to these moms. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that I was just at a family gathering over the weekend in Montgomery County, and all the moms, little kids running around, moms of, with kids of all ages talking about this. And so Maha moms, and these are moms of faith. They're Jewish, they're Christian, they're in the burbs. They're not really political people necessarily. But in this one, I think it has to do with, we talk about the restoring the faith in our institutions. And I think there are a ton of moms, especially, who do not trust our food. And so I think this is a huge issue where they say that because they think of Kennedy, all they really know about him, especially women who are under the age of 40, so they just know, look, he's from the Kennedy family, so he's a really wealthy dude, he can't be bought off, and all they know about him is what they've heard him talk about with regard to health and safety of nutrition, food, labeling, that sort of thing. So I think this is kind of ironic that I'm even saying this, but I feel like the one that is going to have the toughest time right now with these cabinet members is Tulsi.
Yeah.
And the truth is, they're saying it's about Snowden. I just think they fear her.
I don't know.
She's a woman.
I wasn't here. I was off, but Kennedy did not do great.
He didn't. But nobody watched it, Greg.
Yeah.
And the fact that he has that voice that going on, like they didn't see it.
His hiccup on Medicaid versus Medicare was astounding.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe somebody of his knowledge and his level of interest in health in general for decades fumbled the ball like that.
Yeah.
That was staggering.
But
I don't know if it's disqualifying, but it's like, you got to have that buttoned up.
But I think with him, either way you look at it, I still think that he'll be the food czar or something, nutrition czar or whatever. So I'm not really worried about that because the HHS secretary is an important role, and there's probably somebody else who could do a great job in that. But as far as Tulsi, I think she right now, when I look at this I think it'll be a tough time for her because there are some Republicans questioning the fact that she could not just say the words, Edward Snowden is a traitor. But I think deep down, this does have to do with politics on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
She is she's female. She has the look. She has the voice. And I'm just going to be real. These are people who have to be reelected. I think that they all have egos and so on and so forth. And I think she's a threat for multiple reasons.
Zach also writes in this article about Maha moms. He says, when I was reading this, I was thinking of you, Dawn, because he says, quote, moms are fed up. They just sat through 4 years of BS when it came to their kids.
Yep.
The left wants to take every single decision out of the parents' hands. They want to vax your kids into oblivion. They want to brainwash. Boy, for somebody who's not political, he certainly has a lot of political views in this column. They want to brainwash them during third grade reading hour to hate white people. They want them slugging down enough red dye that they turn into the Kool-Aid man. Don't even get me started on the whole raw milk conversation. And suburban moms are done with it. Done. And that's why they're keeping close tabs on these ongoing Senate hearings. Trust me on this one. They care about RFK and they care about Bobby. Now, this is a guy whose wife, as he said in the beginning of the column, is not political. But you, I would imagine, most of the moms in your circle probably more conservative than liberal. So is it still that same acceptance of Bobby, knowing he's a Kennedy?
Not all of them.
That's why I wanted to ask, yeah.
That's what's weird. This issue just brings together women from, first of all, let's just say this. A lot of these women that I know, like I say, some of them have little babies. Some have kids who are just starting school. Like, they're all different ages through high school. What they say is, and these are all like, they have their sourdough starter, you know what I mean, in the fridge. So they're all from all over the spectrum politically, but they do feel, to your point about, and your friend who wrote the article, that we were played, that we were lied to. And a lot of these moms believed in it. They were the mom who said, now, sweetie, who's like to their little 6-year-old, you have to wear that mask. You know what I mean? And we have to test for COVID. And these kids freaking out, sticking that thing up their nose to test the COVID. Like they have had it. Like, I cannot even tell you. So this right here is a real, it's a gathering post for all of them.
Yep.
They are rallying around this one issue, saying, we're not going to get played again. Don't mess with our kids' safety of their food. You mess with our lives. You interrupted our lives and our kids' health with all this pandemic stuff. And so that's why I think it's a rallying cry for all these different moms from all different walks of life.
Head on a swivel at the next school board meeting.
Yep.
Maha moms in minivans, fired up and on the move. Dawn Senslin leading the charge. 855-839-1210. As we continue, we'll come back. We'll get to Dawn Stenslin's Big Three. We'll get to a couple of these. Okay. Let me see here. We've got let me go. Mary in Chester County. Mary, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, good morning. I agree with everything that's been said so far, and I'm 81 years old, but I guess I'm a Maha mom because I agree about JFK Jr. RFK Jr.
Yes.
Anyway, the one thing you talked about the sports teams, I agree. I think it's getting better. My husband was born in Philly. He's 82. He has been a lifelong Eagles fan. I mean, he has, everything. He supported them. He's gone to games. And when they refused to come out of the tunnel for the national anthem, he turned them off. He will not support them. He will not watch them. They never apologized for that. He was He was in the Air Force during Vietnam, and I know, that was an insult to a whole lot of people.
Yes.
They've never apologized.
Yep. Mary, thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it. God bless you and your husband. Thank you for his service. And yes, just because you're 81, you still qualify as a Maha mom. There's no doubt. There's no age caps.
You're a mom for life, right?
That's
Dawn?
right. Mom for life.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Let me grab Agatha here. Good morning, Agatha. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? And thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I feel the same way you do about these football players. My dad was in World War II, and God bless him, he came home. He was given a Bronze Star. And for all the men and women that were in the military and are serving, to disrespect them and not to stand for the national anthem, it just really, really bothers me.
Yeah.
I just started a couple of weeks ago starting to watch football again, but it was a great disappointment to me. If it wasn't for our men and women, they wouldn't be on that field playing.
Well, I'm glad you're back, Agatha, and we appreciate the call. And also, yeah, you're right. I wasn't even thinking about it from the kneeling standpoint for the anthem. I was thinking about it from the police standpoint with Kaepernick, with the poor depiction of police officers. But you're right. This was a double whammy. This was law enforcement as well as our military veterans. So that's a great point by you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. There's Agatha checking in. We'll come back. We'll check in with Dawn Stensland, get a big 3, and then we'll get to more of the usual components of a show in the 9 o'clock hour, including some cuts today in music history and our morning mystery movie clip, as once again a $50 gift card for Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar up for grabs this morning, as we'll continue next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:30 Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Shaping up to be a nice day for now. 46 degrees, a little sunshine. I'll take it until it goes terribly, terribly wrong. 855-839-1210. Some cuts, music, movies, preview of what's lined up for the Dawn Show. All still on the way before we get out of here this morning, including your chance to scoop up another $50 gift card. And that'll be coming up with our morning mystery movie clip. But before all of that, let's get to the news. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:31.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3, sponsored this hour by the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging. Number 1 is number 9. Cabinet member number 9. Last night, Senate voting in bipartisan fashion, by the way, voting to confirm fracking executive Chris Wright as Secretary of Energy. So many here in Pennsylvania may be glad for this, but senators voting. The vote was 59-38 with 7 Democrats and 1 independent actually joining the Republicans to confirm Wright. So Senate Democrats who supported Wright included, they were from Colorado, Arizona, New Hampshire, as well as New Mexico, and then Maine. So those, but he's in, and he's a longtime fracking executive, says we will unleash the power of the energy, and talking about focusing on Pennsylvania as well. So we'll look for that as far as jobs and all of that.
I've got 3 words for number 9. I didn't realize they were all numbered, by the way, but 3 words for number 9. Drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, so it can't come soon enough. And, we've talked about the economy, we've talked about prices, but this is where it's at. And for us in Pennsylvania, we will feel the effects of this.
Good.
Remember, we pay among the highest in the nation. Just got my PICO bill, won't even tell you what it is. But we pay on average 45% more than the rest of the nation here in Pennsylvania.
Is that what it is? I mean, I knew it was high, but I didn't realize it was that high. 45%.
Freaking ridiculous. Yeah. Don't even get me started.
All right, girls, another sweatshirt. Put the sweatshirts on. Get the double socks.
I know. I need one of those locks. Like the thing that a lot of times workplaces have. It's like a clear plexiglass thing that goes so they can't push. You know what I mean?
That's how it is in my gym. They won't let you touch the thermostat.
I need that.
I know.
Lock.
You know what I need, though? I can't wait till the point where we get to the part of the year, whether it's the spring or the fall, where it's just windows open, ceiling fan running. Not even the ceiling fan running, because that requires electric and energy. I just want to have pure air coming through my screens. That's the best time of the year.
Well, yesterday was gorgeous. I mean, to your point about the weather, but unfortunately, Thursday morning, we're going to face some nasty weather, so enjoy today. As far as if Philadelphia goes, I will update you as far as the plane crashes here in Philadelphia as well as in D.C. The latest here, and we're expecting to get more information. It's devastating for our local businesses, families, as the death toll remains at 7, but 2 people still in critical condition this morning. But the injuries, we know, they climbed to 24. The number of people injured in that deadly plane crash that happened in Northeast Philadelphia. And so we expect to hear more from city officials, from state officials, and as well, we know that Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker is asking for both state, federal emergency aid, as well, state and federal emergency aid.
Okay.
And so we'll see what happens there, but saying that it's critical that this area of Philadelphia needs some help, and hopefully we'll be able to rebuild from that. Number 3, you know what? Number 3, I'm going to get to this issue of, like I said, we talked about Governor Phil Murphy. This Temple student is now arrested and apparently is facing charges for impersonating an ICE agent on campus, on Temple's campus. And then they're seeking 2 more suspects. But this is a lead story. It's making some national news. We've talked a lot about ICE and the ICE operations. In this one, we see a Temple University student under investigation, and Temple University speaking out, calling it disappointing that these students, were they trying to do some kind of a prank? The 2 of them at least had these black T-shirts with ICE written on it. So did they create these T-shirts? Did they get them online? And then a third was videoing them. So in this one, they were trying to get into some buildings, went to a local restaurant, place of business. And so this one Temple student arrested in connection to this, placed on interim suspension as police investigate this kid. And then the 2 others sought.
Does it say whether or not, and I meant to ask you this the first time around in the 7 o'clock hour when we talked about this, did it say whether or not the Temple student or students impersonating the ICE officers were targeting other Temple students from other countries? Because Temple's enrollment, as many colleges, they've got kids from probably 18 to 35 different nations that attend their school. That's what I would like to know, if these individuals were targeted that were students. Because if that's the case, then this, first of all, it creates a bad rap for ICE. Because now you give the mainstream media, you give the Inquirer, you give KYW, you give this fodder and this ammunition to make it sound like innocent people are being targeted that are here illegally because of this dope wants to go to a $5 T-shirt shop and thinks he's Tom Homan.
You know, I don't have that information. I will say this, that in the past, I'll just point this out to you. Here's an observation. These guys, the 22-year-old Aiden Stegelman, and then 2 suspects they're looking for, they've released we know all of their information, what vehicle they were driving, and we also, because they had a Jaguar SUV, these are 3 white guys. And so my question to you is, when we have stuff happen on Temple, let's say even carjackings or whatever, I don't remember a time when we got the information this fast of the suspects' photos and that sort of thing. And so part of this I'm questioning as far as, were these guys just being idiots and trying to make a video like a weird pun, which was stupid. I don't know what they did that was criminal, other than the fact you are never allowed to identify yourself as law enforcement, local, federal, etc. But it's just all curious to me. It feels like there's a political element to this, because they're saying, with all of the tension on campus and in Philadelphia, with the ICE raids that occurred.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
Dawn is correct. Because what would stop me from just coming in with an ICE shirt on? You know what I mean? Like that I got it.
They sell them online.
Yeah, that I got at a local, I wear quirky shirts sometimes. I mean, like, what would stop me from just doing it? So am I then impersonating an ICE officer by wearing a shirt that says ICE
the
on it?
impersonation begins when you try to possibly attempt to detain, but
they're
you're
not
identifying yourself as an ICE officer.
But Dawn is not saying that they did that, correct?
But is anybody saying that they
That's
didn't?
the question here. What did they, so the one 22-year-old kid, he's charged with, quote, impersonating a public servant. So
Public servant?
Yeah, they're not even saying law enforcement.
Okay. I don't know.
So I don't know. There's just something, you know what I mean? There's something that smells a little funny on this one. I'm just saying. And look, if they were being dopes, it sounds like two of them had the T-shirts. One of them was videoing, and so with the phone. And so were they trying to do something to go viral and silly? You know what I'm saying? I don't have the evidence that they were like terrorizing somebody that they were accusing of being illegal or anything of that nature.
If they tried to arrest somebody,
Right,
you know what I mean?
yes.
Of course. But if they're just walking around filming things on their phone, pretending to be ICE officers.
Well, I need to see the video of what they're filming then.
Yeah, so
I need further information here.
So we just need more info.
I just don't think you can gloss over impersonating an officer. It's kind of a serious issue. I mean, it's not like he stole a pack of Bazooka Joe from a local deli.
And we've seen news reporters, trying to impersonate like FBI, ICE to get on a scene.
I think Temple should be defunded.
Stop.
I'm serious. I'm that's my school, but my God, what a disaster! I can't believe it. 18 years later, it's just a hellhole. Not that it was great to begin with, but like, what a
I think
disgusting
that school.
institution.
The shame of it is, it's a really great.
It is. It's a great value.
Yeah, it's a great
value.
school.
Yes.
They're in a horrible neighborhood.
Yep. And when you look at the bang for your buck you get versus the private schools, I get it, but man.
So I don't have all the answers for you, so I don't want to presume to do so. I'm just giving you
sounds like
I'm getting a whiff here that there's something not right.
It sounds to me like they were a bunch of kids who were just trying, like, doing some stupid social media prank, and they pretended to be ICE officers. If they didn't arrest anybody or try and gain any access to anything by saying that they were said officers, then to me, there's no harm, no foul.
Well, I thought
here.
Dawn had said it. Didn't you say in the beginning, Dawn, they were attempting to enter certain buildings on campus?
Apparently, so all three suspects were attempting to enter the Johnson and Hardwick residence hall.
Yes.
And then, but somebody denied them getting in.
Okay.
Then they went over to Insomnia Cookie. This was Saturday night.
Yeah, there were
too many Bud Lights.
Do you know what I mean?
They were probably bombed.
I know
I was.
Look, I could be wrong, but I would think that in the police report and whatnot, they would say if they did something violent.
Yeah, of
There's
course.
no report of violence. There's no report of a threat. There's no report that they even interacted with somebody who allegedly is illegal or that they thought was like an illegal person here. So I just wanted to give you my I don't know.
Yeah.
Just something, just like getting a whiff of something weird going on.
Oh, there's something in the kitchen in the microwave. You might be picking up that as well. Somebody reheated fish tacos. Stinks down there.
We have our Big Three sponsored by the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging. If you have questions about aging, the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, it's known as COSA, and they can really point you in the right direction. To see how COSA can help you or a loved one, just visit delcosa.org. COSA is supported by the Delaware County Council And that's our big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next,
we start at 6 a.m.
Well, music history begins around 9:47, and Phil Almquist will head on down to the studios.
Woo.
Coming up next here on Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into Crash-Proof Retirement for better growth and protection. With the Crash-Proof Retirement System, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have Crash-Proof Retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT. I never meant to call you when you
9:49, Kayal and Company. Tuesday morning as we get set to put a bow on another show. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 11 minutes. We'll find out what she has on tap, as well as Today in Music History, Morning Mystery movie clip. And while we're at it, by the way, have either of you seen the new OJ Netflix 4-part documentary?
No.
Pretty good.
Is it?
A lot of new revelations that was never shared in any of the previous ones. And then also, I just saw this. Stranger Things final season trailer just dropped. Might have to get back into that. Remember, they took that little hiatus. And now
the problem with these shows
it's coming back.
The problem with these shows is they go away for years, and then you forget. You know what I mean? Like I was having that problem with Severance, Dawn, on Apple Plus.
Agreed.
Where like they reintroduce it, and I was just like, oh yeah, I forgot about the show, and then like you forget where it was, and I don't know. There's too much time in between these things.
Yeah. There's too much content.
All right, hang on.
And not enough time.
Yeah, baby. Come on. Come on.
Love you, Prince.
Phil's coming up momentarily.
Yeah, there's a reason I'm playing this.
Yes.
It goes back to, I think, 2007, but I'm not going to give it away.
There you go.
I think he already did.
All right, let's do this.
But we will give away.
The Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A $50 gift card.
I think one of the most interesting aspects of Milwaukee is the fact that it's the only major American city to have ever elected 3 socialist mayors.
Does this guy know how to party or what? Huh? Huh? Oh. Okay. Well, we gotta get going.
No. Stick around. Hang out with us.
Cool. Yeah, we'll stay and hang around with us. With Alice Cooper.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a $50 gift card to Gallo's Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. If you can identify that movie by being caller number 12 at 855-839-1210. Visit them online at gallosandburgerbar.com. Caller 12, $50 gift card, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. See if we get our winner here in the next 4 or 5 minutes. Right now, we find out from Phil Almquist what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 4th, we celebrate the birthdays of Kevin Wasserman from The Offspring, who's 63, Phil Ehart from Kansas, who's 74, Jerry Shirley from Humble Pie, who's 73, and Alice Cooper, who's 77. No, I did not pick that movie. We also lost Maurice White from Earth, Wind & Fire in 2016 and Karen Carpenter in 1983. Sing the Coon Rhiannon by Fleetwood Mac in 76. 19th Nervous Breakdown by the Stones in 66. And Hangar 18 by Megadeth in 1991. Albums of Coon Control by Janet Jackson in 86. End of the Century by the Ramones in 80. Rumors by Fleetwood Mac in 77. Papa Roach's debut in 97. Hail to England by Man of War in 84. And Solid Ball Rock by Saxon in 1991. Also, the day after the day the music died, the Winter Dance Party tour continued with Fabian, Frankie Avalon, and Jimmy Clanton as the headliners, with Waylon Jennings performing the Buddy Holly songs. In 2017, Black Sabbath played their last show. In 2016, Van Morrison was knighted by the Prince of Wales. In 78, the Bee Gees were atop the singles chart. In 72, David Bowie finished recording The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. In 66, the Pooh played their first show as headliners. And in 2007 was the greatest Super Bowl halftime show of all time, period, stop, Prince in the Rain in Miami.
True.
But lastly, a non-music story, because the news pissed me off at 5:55 this morning. Apparently, we now have silencers for pickleball paddles. Yes, pickleball paddles. Let me quote this story's headline. Whisper paddles have solved the pickleball noise crisis. Hey, snowflakes, sports are noisy, even fake sports like pickleball. What's next, silencers for baseball bats? Or tennis rackets? Give me a break. 4Kl Company. I'm
Phil, as a gun expert, it is not a silencer. It's a suppressor.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. He spends one day at King Shooter's Supply Company in King of Prussia, Dawn, and he thinks he's an expert.
That's right.
Unbelievable.
That's right. Dawn Stensland, she's coming up momentarily. What do we have lined up?
Yeah, so we're going to talk to a local economist because there's so much in the news that we've been talking about, these wealth funds. Did Elon Musk, did he pull off a coup? That's a headline this morning. What's that all about? And the breaking news with regard to Trump, tariffs, and then what about Governor Josh Shapiro? I'll put in perspective Pennsylvania's budget and what it means, the money that Elon is finding, so kind of mush those issues together. Gosh, we have so much great interviews all lined up, and we're not going to silence you or your pickleball baby.
Or suppress anything. All those people crying about Elon and a coup. They were quiet, though, when the coup happened with Kamala for Joe. Very interesting. John is in Wallingford. He's got the movie. John, hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
You're on the air, John.
John, hello.
Houston,
Yes.
hello.
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah, what movie did we play for you, sir?
Wayne's World.
Wayne's World. Yeah.
That's
is there
right.
a reason? Is there a reason we played Wayne's World today, Phil?
I did not pick it, but maybe Jimmy knew that Alice Cooper's birthday was today.
Gotcha.
But either way, John, you got the $50 gift card. How's that sound, sir?
I'm not worthy.
Nice.
There he is. Thank you very much, John. All right, that'll do it for us. A busy day. Bibi Netanyahu at the White House with Trump. Bobby at 10 o'clock for the vote. Tulsi at 2 o'clock. We'll have it all covered tomorrow. Dawn will be all over it, coming up in about 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their